I will wait 1 minute, Ziad, and
Okay.
then I will start. Yeah. Okay, good morning everyone. Again, we are here on the second day of PPP week. Today I have a very special guest. Actually, I was talking before the broadcasting with Ziad, the president of WAP. I am the luckiest guy for the PPP week because yesterday, as you know, I am the chairman of PPP committee and I welcome to the president of DEİK. And also I am the CS chapter chairman in the WAP. And today I welcome to our president, WAP president, Ziad. Thank you very much for your coming and accepting our invitation to be a part of Istanbul PPP week. That's really very appreciated for us. And what I trying to for this PPP week, I would like to separate in two parts. One is very technical parts we will discuss all week. So PPP infrastructure, risk allocation, what will be happen, insurance industry and the governmental guarantees, how we can tackle, how we can try all these problems. And the second part is just like remarks, keynote speaks, and so the people who would like to show us the big picture. What is infrastructure? What's the future of infrastructure? A part of infrastructure business, what will be PPPs and how we can reach the best PPP. So I would like to give the floor the president of WAP, Ziad Alexander Hayek. I will not moderate, just we would like to listen your remarks and your encouraging tones about infrastructure business and PPP.
Thank you very much, Ayub. Thank you. It's true pleasure to be with you. And I want to congratulate you again on this fantastic effort that you put in every year to create this Istanbul PPP week. It is becoming a real tradition of bringing everybody in this industry together. And this fits very well with WAP's objectives as well, to create a hub for people to interact, because it's only by interacting and sharing that we are going to be able to progress in this profession, both at the personal level and at the institutional level, be it private companies or PPP units and governments. This topic for these remarks that you have asked me to talk about is People First PPP and the future of PPP. And I think the two are interlinked. The future of PPP is something that is of concern to all of us. At this point in time, as we see governments are spending a lot of money, increasing the money supply everywhere in order to combat the slowdown in economies and the unemployment and to placate their voters. So they are spending money and they're therefore increasing their budget deficits. Everybody's increasing their budget deficit. Everybody's increasing their national debt to GDP. And this is being exacerbated because on the one hand, the debt is increasing and GDP is falling in most countries. So the national debt to GDP actually is increasing in a very, in a great way. And so what everybody expects is that once the pandemic is over and hopefully life goes back to normal, we find solutions to the health problem, then there will be a need to kickstart the economies, and there's all the infrastructure that should have been invested in over this period of time. All these projects will need to come to market. The governments need to fund them. The governments with very high debt to GDP levels are going to be reluctant to increase their indebtedness, and so they will turn to PPP in order to finance these projects. Now, many people in the PPP field see it as an opportunity. They say, oh, great, there's going to be a lot of PPP projects going around. That's true if you're like a consultant and you're trying to get, piece of the action. But, we need to think about it as a profession, and at the level of the profession as a whole and the world as a whole, we need to be very conscious that we need the reputation of PPP to be, to be safeguarded. It has been a long way trying to make sure that people start to understand that PPP is not something bad. And even though in many countries it still gets a bad rap, and there are many people who think it is, there's corruption, it's part of privatization schemes, etc. So we need to maintain the integrity and the reputation of PPP. And so what I am concerned about, and I think everybody should be concerned about, is adding, doing a large number of PPP projects in an irresponsible way, if I may say. How can that be irresponsible? Well, first is if these PPP projects are of the PFI type, that they are not user pays type. So if they are not user pays PPP, there can be added indebtedness to the government, to the national debt, and that eventually will backfire on everybody. The other way is if they are not really focused on people first PPP, on the real services that need to be given to people, and taking the social, environmental aspects into consideration. A rush into using PPP as a procurement tool for construction projects without paying attention to all these issues will also backfire. One, because it will create a popular backlash at some point in time, but also because it will be very expensive financing, since proper access to ESG funds will not be there. So how do we remedy this? I think that the remedy is really not at the level of the companies or the PPP units. The remedy is at the level of politicians and political decision makers. The unfortunate thing is that political decision makers are not usually familiar with PPP. They don't understand it. They don't know how it functions. They have a very basic understanding of PPP, and most of the time they confuse it with co-investment in projects, like a partnership, basically in capital or in revenues. And so therefore, there needs to be a much greater emphasis in the coming period on educating politicians on what is PPP and how to deal with it and how to manage it. If you look at some countries, for example, take the continent of Africa, with increasingly, or what I should say, with a very high degree of promise for development and growth, and certainly a lot of potential. Well, what we've seen in Africa is a lot of work going into creating PPP units and setting or enacting PPP laws, with a lot of help from experts from around the world. And yet we are not seeing PPP projects. And why are we not seeing PPP projects, even though we've set up the PPP units, we've enacted the legislations? We're not seeing them because there's no political will to get them done. And it's not actually, there's no political will and there's no political experience. So many times these projects are started, we have a pipeline, we're going to do this project or that project, and then even when projects are kicked off and tenders launched, we see them not continuing. So we have seen this stop and go all the time. It's at the legislation level. Many countries have enacted laws, and then 1 year later or 2 years later are changing these laws, therefore creating sometimes more uncertainty for investors, even though maybe they're improving them. We've seen countries close PPP units, and not only in Africa, actually. I mean, we've just in the past, I would say in the past year and a half, I know of 4 PPP units that were shut down, basically, around the world. So why? Because the politicians create the PPP unit, and then they say, oh, this is not what we expected. So, and unfortunately, the MDBs are not shouldering that burden of educating the politicians well. We see in most countries, the MDBs going along with the politicians. It's always useful to please the minister in order to continue doing business with the country and with the government, rather than standing up to the minister and saying, Mr. Minister, this decision is wrong, it's going in the wrong direction. I know there's a history of that because the MDBs have faced accusations in the past of meddling in politics or meddling in in countries' affairs. But I think the pendulum has swung too far in the opposite direction now, to where the MDBs are saying, you know, we just do what the government's policy is. We talk to the government about their policy, and we eventually help them execute it. I think the MDBs should learn to say no, and to you know, force some of the governments to go in the right direction, especially when it comes to PPP. This is the only way that we are going to get politicians to start paying more attention to what PPP is, what are best practices, you know, not telling the PPP unit, we want this project in 6 months or else you're fired. You know, there's no PPP project that can be done in 6 months. They need to understand that if PPP projects are going to be financed cheaply, they need to be, you know, time needs to be taken to design them right in order to make them attractive to investors. Stakeholders need to be consulted. ESG principles need to be taken into consideration in order to access the larger pools of funding that are out there for infrastructure. And so the PPP units many times have a lot of information. They've been trained, they've taken the CP3P exams, they have a lot of capability, but there are two reasons that usually they're not able to stand up to the politicians. And the first reason is political. You know, it's just because, you know, it's the hierarchical. You cannot sort of be against your boss. And the other reason is that many times what we see PPP units having is, especially in developing countries, is you know, trained personnel, but no experience. And so it's like people that read, they study for the driving test. They know everything about driving. They go, they take the test, and they get their driver's license. But, you know, for the past, you know, however many years, they haven't been on the road. They have not been driving. They haven't driven on highways. They haven't, so they lack the experience that comes, or the reflexes that come only with experience. And so they are, even when they are working on projects, they are going by it sort of by the book in a technical way. And PPP is more than technical. Of course, the technical way is just like driving. Of course, you need to know all the basics of driving. You need to know the techniques of driving. But once you're on the road, you need to be more intuitive, more in touch with the road. You know, it's not that you stop at a stop sign. You also need to be able to catch the dog or the cat that's about to cross the road and stop before it crosses. And so you need to be in touch, and you need to be intuitive. And especially when it comes to financing PPPs. Some of the other things can be more or less done by the book. You know, this is how you structure a tender. This is how you deal with this project. But very often PPP units are leaving the financing aspects to the private sector. So here's the project, and you know, you come and you tell me what your proposal is. And then they take the proposal at face value. And what they care about is what the private sector is presenting as a design, perhaps, and as a price. But you know, there needs to be more delving into the financial aspects of this, and to the financing, the contracts that the private sector is entering into with the banks or with other financing entities. Look at the, you know, what are the terms of these contracts? When is the loan callable? But even more than that, I think that PPP units should play even a greater role in initially canvassing the market. When you say a certain project is bankable, what does it mean? It should really mean not that we think that there's enough money there for it to be to be financed. It should mean that it's bankable in the sense that we have canvassed the market, we understand what the bank situation is, we know what interest rates are, how much mezzanine financing can we get, what are the conditions, how accessible are ESG funds to us, who is our financial consultant. So the financial consultant is very often taken to be somebody that runs a financial model. Well, that's good, but that's not good enough. The financial consultant is somebody that needs to have banking relations, be able to advise on capital structures, on financing structures, etc. So I think that basically what I'm trying to say is that in the coming period, there needs to be more focus on politicians, on education, more focus on creating experience among PPP unit practitioners. If they cannot get it in their country, we need to look at some mentoring programs, perhaps, that take them out of their country, have them work in other PPP units. Certainly WAP has offered to work on something like this with PIAF, and we're hoping that this might come through. And there'll be more talk about this in the days to come. With the few minutes that I have left, I'd like to touch base also on leapfrogging with technology. So the future of PPP, we cannot continue with business as usual after COVID. Or maybe I shouldn't say we cannot, but I would like to say we should not, because this pandemic has given everybody in the world the chance to step back, whether you're in the private sector, in the public sector, in any profession almost. It's a chance to step back and reassess where we were going, how we were going about it. And if we are going to continue with the projects that we have as usual, we may be doing ourselves a disservice. Yes, we do need a road. Yes, we do need, a water dam. But should we, instead of investing in a water dam, should we not be looking at doing a PPP project to improve our capital markets, to put more liquidity and volume into our local stock market? This is very important. So how we structure PPP projects, sometimes we say, oh, the local market is not deep enough, we cannot finance it in the local market. But it's a chicken or the egg. I mean, if you do not create PPP projects and list them locally and create the local markets, you will never have local markets. So this needs to be emphasized. And the other way we need to reassess our pipelines is about technology. So I take Lebanon as an example, my country, I'm familiar with it. We had a civil war for about 15 years. And when the war ended, the telecom infrastructure was all destroyed. And basically, people couldn't make phone calls. They needed to talk to somebody, they had to get in their car and drive to see that person. And so when Lebanon looked at rebuilding its telecom infrastructure, it went wireless. And for a while there, I think Lebanon and Israel were the two countries in the world with the highest penetration of mobile telephony. This is the time when mobile telephone, was still a brick that you carried like this. But that was done on a PPP basis. So that was done with France Telecom at the time and with Sonera. And that is the kind of thing everybody should be looking at today. Instead of investing in the next road, should we not invest in more fiber optic or 5G, maybe 5G infrastructure, because this is becoming more important for all meetings and for all business to be online and to be having a very high level of sophistication in digital industry. Should we invest in more roads or in public transport? And how is public transport affected by the pandemic? maybe we should invest less in public transport. I'm not trying to give any answers. I'm trying to say that we need to reassess in every case what the approach to our vision for our country, depending on every country's circumstances, every country's specific environment, this needs to be assessed. And the assessment is not a textbook thing. It's not about reading a textbook on PPP or passing an exam. And it's not about general economics, because you need to marry the economic theory with the financial markets, with the PPP approach, and all of this needs to be done together. Therefore, I think countries would be very wise to retain the services of consultants who are familiar with all these aspects, and to help them figure out their PPP strategy going forward before engaging into tendering more projects. The last thing I want to talk about, I will leave it there so that my colleagues Jean-Christophe Partcoularet and Jinan Roche will hopefully, could have some time to tell you more about WAP, because we're all very proud of belonging to this organization, is that a part of People First PPP approach, other than the 5 criteria, general criteria, and other than the evaluation methodology that is now being developed by the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, the group that's set up to develop that evaluation methodology. People First PPP is really about getting down to the level. It's as grassroots as it needs to be. So, PPP units out there listening to this, and MDBs listening to this, I would urge you to think about PPP, not just in terms of public and private, but in terms of public, private, and civil society. And do PPP projects with NGOs, finance NGOs. NGOs are made up of people who are committed, who are oftentimes volunteers, but need to be paid a salary in order to continue living, and they need financing to continue to operate. So use NGOs, especially in healthcare, especially in education, all types of social services. NGOs can do a great job dealing with the elderly, dealing with the handicapped. And so please do take this into consideration. And I would love to talk to you more about this. Unfortunately, there isn't much time, but there's a lot to be said about it. And I will leave it there. And I thank you again, Ayub, for giving us this opportunity, both myself and my colleagues at WAP, to talk about the things that are, I think, important for all of us in this profession.
Thank you, Ziad. Actually, it's a pleasure for us to listen to you again in this platform. It's always very valuable thoughts. And I will not summarize what you said, but it's very important points that you mentioned. First of all, I think PPP, the integrity and the reputation of PPP will be more important in the future. We will not leave this PPP just only the technicians, but the politicians also need to discuss about PPP. In Turkey, for example, I would like to give an example from Turkish PPP records. We have completed lots of successful projects, but the reputation is on the ground is not so good what we expected to wait from the society. So I think we should work on the reputation of PPP. Maybe we should more show best practices on those platforms like Center of Excellence and WAP. So maybe we should share our best experiences each other in PPP units and PPP experts, academicians, and the technicians. So maybe WAP is very important for that kind of platform. So I would like to give the floor to JC, the Executive Director of WAP, and Jinan Ghosh. She is the coordinator of mentorship of WAP, and we would like to listen what WAP is doing. JC, thank you for your tremendous effort on WAP, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Ayub, for having us this morning, and it's a pleasure to present the World Association of PPP Units and Professionals to you on the occasion of this year's Istanbul PPP Week. For the sequencing, I will simply do a general introduction of what the World Association of PPP Units and Professional is doing, and then I will pass over the word to our steering committee member and the coordinator for young PPP professionals, Gina and Josh. I am based in Geneva, Switzerland. She is based out of Beirut, Lebanon. And so it's great that this interactive format allows us to build bridges across these regions. So a bit for the background of our association, the profession of public-private partnership profession has become a career for many people, no matter the industry you look at, not only the big consultancies, but also construction companies, governments also have people who are preparing tenders, public tenders, and that's a big complexity, especially if you tender out a public-private partnership. And in order to bring these people together and be able to relate to that and build a career, we thought that it's important to offer a platform where they can have these discussions and learn from each other how they are building their careers respectively. The launch of WAP was very much influenced through regular meetings that were convened by the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe in Geneva at the Palais des Nations, where a small team of PPP practitioners from all over the world came together to establish what we now know as WAP. That was in 2018 when we established WAP as a non-profit association in Geneva. This is a picture from the Concordia room where we had our launch and kickoff event. And we are impressed by the track we have gone since then in trying to build this community to harness the power of public-private partnership around the world. So as I said, WAP is a global independent non-governmental organization. It aims to establish an international network of PPP units and PPP professionals. That can be people working in the corporate and domain, but also in academia or as private consultants, or simply people interested in the discipline of public-private partnership. What is important is that we share information on how to design and implement PPP policies, initiatives, programs, and projects. Exchange also on failings or on things that need to be improved, to try to advocate for better PPPs, such as people first, for example, which mean that they are SDG driven. The Sustainable Development Goals are very important and dear to us because we put the beneficiaries, people first, and not just the interest of one side, be it public or private sector. And that's essential if we're serious about making more successful PPPs and helping societies to achieve the UN SDG action agenda that was agreed in 2015 in Addis Ababa. Our statutes are very lean and French and in English, where a membership organization like many others, but we're a bit atypical because we bring together all these different disciplines of PPP professionals. In terms of how are we organized, it's very straightforward. We have created regional chapters. Our friend Dr. Eyüp is heading the CIS chapter. What we do there is we are trying to bring in the PPP units and the PPP professionals from that region to share regional specific content on public-private partnership. This is our niche, this is our discipline, this is our specialty. Then we have sectoral chapters where we look at certain industries, health PPPs, power PPPs, mobility PPPs, PPPs in education or other social infrastructure, waste management PPPs. I mean, the list is very long and we could go on for a long time. We also look at thematic clusters. So, what about financial aspects of how to finance PPPs? This is also a cross-cutting discipline blended finance is becoming more and more important. ESG aspects of how PPPs are being done. So ESG standing for environment, social and governance aspects of the financing. Legal aspects, how do you do the contract management, how do you dispute avoidance. So we create really specialized groups where we can exchange on these specific subjects. We're also very proud to have an inclusive approach, so we want to be people first and leave no one behind. Women obviously need also to be included in the preparation and execution, and also be accompanied so that they can have leadership roles in the PPP and the PPP implementation. And that's actually critical for that success and the acceptance in the field. Then we have also created a council of PPP unit heads, which is headed by our president, Ziad Hayek. There we bring PPP units together to be able to allow them to learn from each other, because a lot of times the only opportunity they have is if they have a joint project, but there are no relationships that can really form at an international conference. So by providing that forum of having a council of PPP unit heads, we believe that we are able to maybe also steer the PPP profession in the direction of having better advocacy, and also making sure that the reputation of public-private partnership is also defended by us together. To coordinate all that, we have created one that actually looks at the content, which is the steering committee. From a governance standpoint, it gives coordination, direction, and guidance on the specificity of our profession. And the executive committee that looks after the association's management, logistics, making sure that for the work of these different chapters and forums, we have the resources in place that are necessary and communicate accordingly. A lot of very reputable people are with WAP already, and it's growing by the day. This is right now, a snapshot of the professionals that head certain work streams. On the left side, you have the executive committee, and on the right side, the strategic committee. And the mandates are for a certain duration and will be renewed in due course. I will now give you a look at what is the PPP content that we are generating as of today. We have created our own little newspaper on very specific PPP curated articles, which is called the PPP Times. It's a WAP members exclusive, so you receive every Monday 10 articles on the latest news on the public-private partnership aspects that happen out there. We have created a WAP blog on the website, the WAP Quarterly magazine, where we share retrospectives, but also outlooks on specific, more in-depth findings in the PPP industry. Then we have started earlier this year to launch our own webinar series. I'll do a more in-depth slide on that a little later. And social media channels are very important to be able to communicate, to bring people together, and also to speak, for example, on the participation in the PPP, the Istanbul PPP week. We have a couple of very dedicated editorial board members. I would like to mention Naresh Bana from New Delhi, David Baxter from New Orleans, Dr. Domingo Peñalba from Barcelona, Thibaut Moog from Milan, all PPP professionals with a wealth of experience and who are helping us to make sure that the quality and the content is always up to our expectations in the industry. Should you have anything you would like to submit that is PPP related, please feel free to write to publications@wap.org, and we'll be happy to look into it with the editorial board. Life at WAP is something extremely interesting because it's a young organization. We're building something that is bigger than ourselves. And so in order to do that, we have established a couple of routine procedures. So we have a weekly steering committee call. We have regular orientation meetings for new members to onboard them, to allow people to meet informally with each other. Then we're also organizing roundtables on specific topics. To facilitate communication internally, we have set up our own WAP Slack channels. The advantage is that we can, drive and push content in these specific channels, and that makes it easier to find, information specifically on, PPP advocacy, or the Belt and Road Initiative, or on PPPs in Latin America, or on healthcare. And the Slack channel number is growing by the interest of the members. So all we want is to be as close to the needs of our membership community as possible. We're also thinking about establishing a content management system. This is important to be able to not lose the lessons that we have learned from past experiences. Maybe also, avoid mistakes and, build better PPPs. We're building in the library functionality into the web page. And more recently, we have come up with a peer recognition scheme, and that is very important in an industry like ours that is not regulated, because a PPP professional, first of all, is the profession known already, and WAP's mission in a way is to make it better known. What is a PPP professional? Somebody who works across different disciplines, who has experience about, project finance, contract management, and many other disciplines like, business diplomacy skills is extremely important in this area when you work with both public and private. But today, there is no such lobby. And so WAP offers to be the voice of the PPP industry. And part of that equation is to also establish something that gives trust to people who interact with a PPP professional. So you may be PPP certified, but does it also prove that you have experience? Well, with the peer recognition scheme, we're able to do precisely that, to match the theoretical skills with practical experience and be recognized by your peers. So this is what we have put in place. Then we're on the right side here, you can see the calendar for WAP activities that we're planning for 2021. We're pretty much doing at least 1 or 2 events every month, which is quite a challenging pace, but it's all done with intrinsic motivation and a lot of generosity by everybody who's involved. And this is why it's so much fun to be part of the WAP family. Speaking about the webinar series that we have started earlier this year, we have done 5 so far. The first one was on how to increase the ESG impact in public-private partnership investment, which was absolutely excellent with the participation of the UN Special Envoy on Financing the 2030 Agenda, Dr. Mahmoud Moyeldin, who used to work at the World Bank Group. We also looked at how to strengthen socially influenced infrastructure to build forward better in PPPs. This was our first webinar we did in the Asia Pacific region. We've also done them in Spanish, where we had people from Ecuador, from Peru, from Mexico, from Spain, speaking about the importance of having sustainability and resilience be designed into the PPP projects. We also had one PPP webinar on developing strategies for an inclusive gender perspective in PPPs, which had a panel of 4 excellent PPP professional women, and was moderated by Geoffrey Hamilton, Chief of Cooperation and Partnership Section of United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. We had another webinar that was in French for African countries. And the nice thing at the end of this webinar, I remember, is that some of the panelists said, oh, we should work better together amongst PPP units. And we said, well, welcome to WAP, because this is the platform where you want to do this. in the Council of PPP unit heads. If you have any suggestion regarding the topics that you would like to hear, feel free to share with us. We'll be happy to look into it and make that possible in the near future. We're also trying to map out the PPP ecosystem. This is just a snapshot of the types of organization we're dialoguing with, and where we believe that it's important to have them on the map. And it's one thing to have it on the map, but another thing to then be able to interpret what that actually means and what these specific organizations do in the field of PPP and our specialty. And that's, I believe, where the WAP network with all its wealth of knowledge can really help interpret and guide people who are not familiar with all these different institutions out there in the PPP discipline. We're also working closely with PPP units. This list is just I know a couple of countries we have already engaged with. Some are already part of the WAP network. Some we're talking to, and the list is growing by the week. And it's a very nice development, we believe, to help also PPP civil servants working in these PPP units to build a professional network that goes beyond their own country perspective. Looking at the WAP membership model, it's a bit different from other international professional associations because we mix all these different people and specialists, but that makes it so much more enriching, and we can incubate things differently because we look at it from different perspectives, and that I believe is very enriching in our field of work that is so, complex, long-term projects that involve so many different stakeholders. And as I said earlier, it's a profession where you need to be able to combine, financial, legal, technical, environmental, social, political, policy, program, project management, local and international skills and perspective in order to be a good PPP professional. And in order to hone these skills, you need to develop them and to reskill and to upskill. And this is precisely what WAP is doing. It's a bit of a, very ambitious, program, but that's our vision. And the more you bring to the WAP network, the more you will also benefit from that, because it's the power of these relationships that will facilitate your career as a PPP professional. Looking at our membership benefits, we have already talked about subscription to the PPP Times and the quarterly magazine. You may be able to find advertised job openings. The mentorship program is also important to uplift people in a certain aspect of the PPP profession also. And believe me, you can find people who have done amazing things and rarely talk about it, but all of a sudden they open up in an orientation meeting. And this is just wonderful because it shows how the power of a network can actually help people discover new aspects and nuances of their profession. Also, you can find the access to consultancy and project preparation and tenders within WAP. Not that we actively facilitate transactions, but definitely it's a space, a secure space where you can meet, because WAP creates that platform where we bring together all these different perspectives, and we don't do transactions. We want this to really be a secure space where PPP professionals can exchange, irrespective of a current deal that is being done. So it's possible to do deals, but it'll be outside of WAP. Maybe it's WAP, facilitated to a certain point because that's where people have met initially, but it's not going to be under the auspices of WAP. And we also have developed partnerships with partners. Yes, you may qualify for discounts, for example, for the CP3P examination that is driven by APMG Group. So WAP members get considerable discount on the final price. And there's many other advantages that I won't list right now. Because we now want to talk about something very important, and this is the Young PPP Professional Center. I'm very happy to pass the word now to Jinan Ghosh.
Thank you, JC, very much, and many thanks also to Dr. Ayub for giving us the opportunity to present our association in the Istanbul PPP Week. I'm pleased to walk you through the presentation of this chapter. The WAP Young Professionals chapter is a dedicated network platform for young PPP professionals to connect, engage, develop, and advance their careers. Who is eligible to join this chapter? Young professionals of age 35 or younger, professionals with relevant PPP education and or professional experience or background in PPP projects. For young professionals, also we offer yearly discounted registration fees to join the association. Next slide, please, JC. Why are the young professionals an important segment? We in WAP understand our association role in being a PPP knowledge hub and recognize our contribution in making a difference in PPP communities, in particular among young professionals. As a young professional, why this chapter is important to me as well to all young professionals. First, it will grow their professional network by introducing them to a substantial pool of expertise in WAP and provides them the opportunity to interact with leading minds in PPP industry. Second, it will advance their professional development and develop their expertise by attending professional development programs. They will benefit of all the exchange of knowledge in WAP, and as you mentioned earlier, they can benefit from all the discounts we have with our partners and doing, for example, the CP3P certifications. And third, they will enrich their knowledge with access to exclusive information and, of course, all news related to PPPs while keeping up with the latest industry and best practices. This chapter is important to WAP as much as it's important to its members. And in order to sustain the chapter's membership, we must attract, engage, and retain young professionals. To do so, we propose the following projects in this chapter. Monthly virtual roundtables that will be held or will be led by our PPP experts to discuss specific PPP topics. Could be sectorial, like in healthcare, transportation, power, or other major PPP topics like sustainability, gender equality, people first, and so on. Volunteering opportunities. I'd like to say that anyone in WAP can volunteer for any certain role or task, either in this chapter or beyond. Access for microlearning. We are currently working on simplified guides on various PPP topics that will be prepared by us in full coordination with our leading experts. This could create volunteering opportunities for young professionals to assist in formulation and preparation of these guides. Dedicated young professional webinars that will be held by young professionals where they can share their own insights and experience. And at last, the mentorship program where the young professionals will have the chance for exclusive mentoring opportunities with our PPP leaders in WAP. Now, talking about the initiative of the Young Professional Mentorship Program. Young professionals are always looking for new ways to grow their skills, and education paves the road to success in any industry. Therefore, WAP is launching a new initiative that targets the members of this chapter by offering exclusive mentoring opportunities. Our senior PPP experts will act as mentors, while young professional members will be the mentees. And selection of mentees will highly depend on demonstrated motivation and involvement in work, of course. The mentorship program will focus on early career professional skill development to help the young members navigate their career path by providing them job interview tips and resume reviews, recommendation on additional education or skill development. It will help them also grow the interpersonal skill by giving them advices on defining and reaching goals, leadership skills, self-leadership, communication skills as well, and growing their PPP knowledge by having the mentor share his or her own professional experience and PPP knowledge. For each program, we will be identifying the mentors, mentees, define the specific objectives of the program, the time frame, establish the metrics to effectively track the progress of the program, and ensure that the program's objectives are achieved. I thank you very much again, and for any young professional who's joining this session, please feel free to reach out and maybe discuss a little bit more on how you can join WAP and how you can collaborate with us. I leave you, JC, now for any questions to be asked.
Your video on, because I believe that maybe if somebody has questions, this is the moment to ask them. You can use the Q&A box, and we're delighted to hear your remarks, suggestions, or improvements, something you would like to hear specifically on these programs. So I look at the Q&A box right now. It says, question for Ziad: what kind of capacity does PPP unit needs improvement except for their management skill with politicians? I don't know, Ziad, if you're still with us. And then could you provide a copy of this PowerPoint slide deck? Certainly. I think it's recorded, so you should have it with the webinar recording. Can we have more details in mentorship, mainly for new joiner of PPP business? So this is precisely, I think, what Jinan just presented, the possibility to speak with experienced PPP professionals, or if in doubt, it's always better to ask people who may have done it before to be able to learn from each other. Any more questions? Feel free to use the Q&A box. We still have some 4 or 5 minutes to go before the end of our session. And if not, it's no problem. You can reach out to us. Our email address is contact@wap.org, or you can also simply shoot us a message via Twitter or LinkedIn. Here comes a question. Can you accept new joiner with age more than 35? Yes, except that you will not be in the young PPP professionals group. You can participate in that, but you will pay the regular membership fee, which is 100 Swiss francs per year. And for young PPP professionals, we have reduced it to 50 Swiss francs per year. Any other questions? So you can also look at our YouTube channel. So if you look for WAP Secretariat, you can find the videos of the webinar that we have run earlier this year, and they're very interesting. Every webinar is different, other professionals from other parts of the world, and I believe that this intercultural diversity also brings a lot to the understanding on how PPPs are implemented in different parts of the world. So if there are no more questions, I believe we can conclude our session. It was a pleasure to be with you this morning, and thank you very much again to the team of the Istanbul PPP Week for organizing all this today. And with this, I think we can end this session. Neil, are you with us?
Yes, sir, we are here now.
Okay, so I think we're done. There are no more questions. We've answered the questions that were online, and I think we can end this.
Okay, we are closing this session now. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye, and see you within WAP.
Morning, good evening. Welcome everybody to this panel session. I understand that there are at least 60 countries engaged in PPP week this week. What a triumph for the PPP committee that AOP chairs, and also for DEİK. It's tremendous to be here with you this evening, speaking to you from my living room in Melbourne, Victoria, Australia. And it's great to be at the my fifth PPP week. So the panel that I'm moderating and chairing today is on the infrastructure economy beyond the pandemic. My name is Darren Grimsey. I'm a partner at EY, based in Australia, and I've been engaged in PPPs in various forms in various countries for upwards of 30 years now. So a lifetime spent in the PPP world. I'm delighted to say I've got two co-conspirators in today's panel. I have Olivier Fremond. He teaches public policy and infrastructure governance in France and also in the United States at the well-known Johns Hopkins University. But before focusing on academia, Olivier spent 20 years at the World Bank, where he held various senior positions, including being senior advisor to the Infrastructure, Public-Private Partnerships and Guarantees Group. Before joining the World Bank, Olivier worked successfully in the private sector, including for the Royal Dutch Shell. He's a petroleum engineer by background. I'm a civil engineer by background. I think we make the best PPP specialists coming from the engineering fraternity. He's president of Infogrove, a new platform dedicated to the training of senior civil servants in finance ministries, audit institutions, also parliamentarians, which very much aligns with Zaid's comments this morning about educating politicians, line ministries, and also PPP units in developing countries through online delivery and also by providing advisory services. Like myself, he's an author of numerous articles and publications on public-private partnerships, privatizations, and also in corporate governance. Also joining us is Françoise Bergère, who joined the Long-Term Infrastructure Investors Association as Executive Director in September of 18. He has a long and diversified professional experience in the fields of public management, project and infrastructure finance. He's worked as a senior auditor at the French Supreme Audit Institution. He's been a manager of multinational equity investment funds in infrastructure and also in the French Ministry of Finance to set up and manage the PPP task force before he also joined the World Bank. He's now founded the Long-Term Infrastructure Investors Association, which gathers over 40 investors active globally and aims to proactively engage with public stakeholders, develop financial performance benchmarks, and share best practices. So we've got a terrific panel to speak with you today. I'm going to make a few opening comments about the PPP world post, well, I suppose it's not post-pandemic, it's actually, we're still in the midst of the pandemic, of course, globally. I mean, myself in the state I'm in, we've just come out of our second wave, and I know that in the Northern Hemisphere in particular, many countries are going back into a second wave, and what looks like going to be quite a tough winter period. But nevertheless, what we have seen in the world to date is that the pandemic hasn't had a serious impact on the marketplace, and largely because of what we're experiencing right now, which is interaction through the wonderful world of digital enhanced communications. We've been able to continue to work and continue to progress projects, notwithstanding the difficulties in the physical world. And there have been well over 100, in fact, I've counted up 120 PPP projects that have reached financial close during the period of COVID-19, which I suppose dates back to roughly speaking around February of this year. There's been 20 deals in North America, nearly 50 deals in Europe, 15 deals in Asia, and about 36 deals in the rest of the world. So it seems to me that whilst we're in the midst of a very challenging public health crisis, nevertheless, commerce has been able to proceed and to continue. There are some, if you compare this particular crisis with the previous financial crisis that struck in 2008, there are some similarities between the two in terms of the impact on the financial markets, and there are some differences as well. One of the big differences has been, and as demonstrated by what I've just said, that liquidity in the market is still present. It has not had as much disruption as the 2008 financial crisis had to PPPs and project finance markets. There's been significant infrastructure stimulus, which is ramping up all around the world, and again has been mentioned already during PPP week, and that should bolster the market for infrastructure. But at the same time, contractors have become quite risk adverse. There's a move beyond short-termism to address the holistic implications of the pandemic and what that might mean for engaging in PPPs into the future. And that means actively designing measures that account for the long-term implications of not just COVID-19, but of what might be future pandemics on programs. And we need to take a closer look at current project pipelines and enabling policy, legal and institutional environments in order to take advantage, if you like. I think Zayed said it well this morning when he placed the challenge on us to define what it means to be bankable. And he placed the challenge on us to, I think, not waste the crisis. And there's a need to inject a reform agenda on the back of what has been a very challenging time to ensure that investments in the future are investments that are well placed for development programs. They're my opening comments, and what I'd like to do now is to give each of the speakers, Olivier and Francoise. Thank you, Francoise, for joining. We were getting worried there. You were a little later than us, but we're very pleased to see you there. I'd just like to give each of these speakers 10 minutes to speak to their particular area, and although they're both, as I've in the introduction you've had, they're both got long careers that have traversed the World Bank. I think their perspectives from at this point are going to be a little different, with Olivier coming at it more from the policy side, and Francoise more from the investor side. So Olivier, if I could hand to you first, the floor is yours to make your opening remarks.
Thank you, Darren, and good afternoon to you all. It's a pleasure to be speaking to you today. I'm talking to you from the great city of Toulouse in the south of France, because the internet connection is very good. But as you know, in France, we're in confinement for the next 4 weeks. So I've decided to spend my confinement in the countryside. Every morning, I take a long walk amongst the vineyards to get a bit of exercise. And yesterday, I passed by a field where there was a donkey. When I came to its level, the donkey looked at me and started braying very forcefully. Well, I got to tell you, I felt we really understood each other. I'd like to make 2 points. The first one deals with sovereignty. The second one concerns the framework for infrastructure governance. In October 2020, the IMF forecasted an economic contraction for emerging market and developing economies of minus 5.7% in 2020 and a rebound of 3.9% in 2021. This was before the second wave. These figures probably need to be revised downwards. So in the current environment, governments are desperately looking for growth opportunities and jobs. They're particularly interested in making counter-cyclical investment to get themselves out of a trap and hopefully emerge stronger from the great lockdown. And everybody agrees that infrastructure investments are necessary, albeit not sufficient, to attain these goals. In fact, in emerging market and developing economies, the infra gap is so big that the amount of money needed to reduce the infrastructure deficit is well in excess of available resources. Governments recognize they need to attract international capital to finance their programs. But they're also rightly concerned about sovereignty and debt sustainability. They worry about debt trap diplomacy. Debt trap diplomacy is the consecrated expression that describes a situation whereby a country is forced to cede control of strategic national assets to foreign creditors. in the current environment, rising debt ratios can easily trigger debt distress. We all have in mind the port of Hambantota in Sri Lanka in 2017, when the government, struggling to make payments on its debt with Chinese lenders, was forced to hand over the port and 15,000 acres of land around it for 99 years. Before the crisis, the COVID crisis, the Center for Development in the UK listed 10 countries that faced high risk of debt distress from Belt Road Initiative projects that they couldn't afford. These countries are Belarus, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Mongolia, Montenegro, Pakistan, the Maldives, Djibouti, Laos, the Kyrgyz Republic, and Tajikistan. But the list is not exhaustive. Ethiopia tapped Chinese debt to finance and construct a new rail line to the port of Djibouti. As a result, its ratio of public debt soared from 50% of GDP to 85% of GDP. And Kenya is also at risk. What will happen if Kenya can't pay for the Mombasa-Nairobi standard gauge railway? Or if Djibouti can't pay back its port? So governments are worried about sovereignty, but at the same time, they're in a hurry. People are suffering. And this is where it becomes tricky. Precipitation is never a recipe for success. If you focus too much on service delivery and overlook the fiscal sustainability of your projects and your portfolio as a whole, this will come back and haunt you. Trust me. The case of Portugal between 1993 and 2011 is particularly interesting in this regard. The need to keep debt ratios under control incentivize the government to finance their infrastructure project off balance sheet and to use SOEs to get off the radar screen of the Treasury and the budget. In the end, the government was forced to ask the IMF, the European Union, and the ECB, the Troika, as it is called, to come to its rescue and avoid defaulting on its sovereign debt obligations. The incentive for off-balance sheet financing is strong because most governments still use cash accounting instead of accrual accounting. In accrual accounting, government revenue is accounted when it is earned and expenses when they are incurred, instead of revenue when it is received and expenses when they are paid. I should also mention that IPSAS 32 recommends that PPP assets and liabilities appear on the government's balance sheet, provided the government controls or regulates the services that the operator must provide with the PPP asset, to whom and at what price, and the government controls a significant residual interest in the asset at the end of the contract. Accrual accounting is useful to monitor the fiscal sustainability of PPP programs. But the most important tool to avoid black swans is the gateway mechanism. That is, the institutional arrangement that empowers the finance minister to stop or suspend a PPP project or program if certain conditions are not met or when risks are deemed too great for budgetary purposes. Crucially, final approval by the finance minister is required before contract signing. I should stress that the gateway mechanism keeps responsibility for policy design in the hands of the line ministry. but it provides a certain degree of filtering by the finance minister. Gateways need to be installed at specific stages of preparing, negotiating, and renegotiating a PPP project. Another gateway mechanism is the Supreme Audit Institution, which signs off on PPP contracts before implementation, like in Chile. So to conclude my first point, I would like to urge the participants today to give the highest priority to installing a gateway mechanism if they don't have one, or to strengthen their procedures if they already have one in place. My second point deals with the efficiency of public spending. All governments are very much aware that they need to enhance the efficiency of their spending. They need investing better and smarter than before. They need new policies to foster sustainability and resilience. According to the IMF, on average, countries waste about 1/3 of their infrastructure spending due to inefficiencies. In low-income countries, the loss can surpass a staggering 50%. But the good news is that efficiency losses and wasteful spending in infrastructure are not inevitable. Over half of these losses could be made up through better infrastructure governance. One particularly useful tool that can help improve efficiency of public spending are the recommendations on the governance of infrastructure issued by the OECD Ministerial Council meeting. The recommendations provide a set of good practices to strengthen the infrastructure planning, delivery, and decision-making process. They take a whole of government approach and cover the entire life cycle of infrastructure projects, putting special emphasis on regional, social, gender, and environmental considerations. The focus is on how to build the right institutional capacities and develop the appropriate decision-making processes to ensure that public investment contributes to a sustainable rebound. In particular, the recommendations articulate how good InfraGov can serve as a tool to support the linkages between expected large economic stimulus interventions, long-term infrastructure programs, and multidisciplinary objectives such as resilience, social inclusion, sustainable growth, and gender equality. So I would like to urge governments and PPP units in particular to embrace the OECD recommendations on the governance of infrastructure. With a bit of hard work, this will certainly increase their capacity to deliver transformational, sustainable, and resilient infrastructure. I think I've run out of time. So to conclude my intervention, I hope you will agree with me that in the end, it's all about infrastructure governance. I'll stop here. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Olivier. They were wise words indeed. And I did wonder where you were going with the donkey anecdote. It left me wondering what on earth the Democrats are doing in a field in France when they should be going to the polls in the US. But no, you make some excellent points around sovereignty and governance. And I must say, yeah, whilst you were speaking, I was reflecting and thinking, well, you know, this isn't only a problem for developing countries. My own country has been through significant political debate over sovereignty over infrastructure, and particularly in respect of the Belt and Road Initiative. My own state made the unusual step of signing up to the Belt and Road Initiative, much to the chagrin of the federal government. And indeed, our port of Darwin had a significant Chinese investor, which given the strategic location of our port of Darwin and access to the South China Sea, as well as the docking of naval resources, left a lot of people in my country with their eyebrows raised. But I couldn't agree more with your sentiments around gateway and proper governance. Avoiding that waste that you highlighted has to come with scrutiny, and I very much like the way you rounded that out into the world of gender, the equity of infrastructure, and dealing with not just the fiscal but the broader ramifications of sustainability. Thank you for your opening comments, Francoise. I'm sure you'll give us just as good, only from possibly from the investor side now, from given your current role. Francoise, the field's yours.
Indeed, thank you very much, Darren, and hello everyone. As you did mention, indeed, I'm now in charge of a infrastructure institutional investor association, but in my career, I've also worked from different angles, from the governance side as head of a PPP unit, and then from the multilateral side in charge of a technical assistance program to promote private participation in infrastructure. So hopefully that would give me a balanced view on how to proceed and attract and promote as much as possible good private participation in infrastructure. And in this respect, I would first start by arguing that the crisis, the COVID-induced crisis, is indeed an opportunity to reset a number of schemes and behaviors when it comes to infrastructure investments. Not that previous trends in infrastructure landscape no longer apply. On the opposite, I would think the crisis has probably accelerated trends like digitalization or decarbonization, the push to foster renewable energies, just to mention two of those trends, but it has lent them a new urgency. There's now a overwhelming feeling that indeed we can't go back to business as usual when this crisis is over. We need to build back better, and the need for more, smarter, and better infrastructure can only be achieved with a better private participation in infrastructure. So how to deal with that, and how can institutional investors effectively contribute as efficiently as possible? I would say first that there are added motivations for infrastructure, for institutional investors to invest in infrastructure. Obviously, the infamous infrastructure gap, the mismatch everybody talks about, has been made worse by the COVID-induced crisis and by the following decrease in investments, capital investment that one may expect. Fiscal policies have stretched public balance sheet to the point where the levels of deficit and debt required to tap into private financing. And on the sort of push factor from the institutional investors' side, the monetary policies flooded the economy with trillions of dollars, resulting with ultra low interest rate environment for probably here for long, combined with a very low perspective for economic growth, at least in mature markets. So it's a bit of a quandary for institutional investors. They need to allocate trillions of dollars, and the savings rate has even gone up for the last few months as people were under lockdown. They are at the same time, the traditional asset classes do not offer the type of return and perspectives that used to be the case. So institutional investors as a whole, I would think, are eager to further diversify and increase the allocation of their assets into real assets like infrastructure. and reorient more more investments toward this asset class that has proved resilient, both physically and financially in terms of valuation over the last 8 months. But what is needed for them to effectively implement and deliver in this respect? I would think that the first aspect to review is probably the whole issue of risk allocation. Institutional investors, whether it's pension funds, insurance companies, retirement systems, share a common trait. Many of them, most of them actually, are seeking a rather low return, low risk profile. Hence the focus on investing in OECD markets in brownfield rather than greenfield. I mean, this type of risk avoiding investment schemes. And when you look at what has happened in the marketplace over the last 10 or 20 years in terms of PPPs, for example, public-private partnerships, that there's been a general trend actually from many public procuring authorities to shift more risk to the private counterpart. Of course, the private sector is then supposed to price them and incorporate those in its financial offer. But for institutional investors, again, you can reach pretty quickly the threshold or the level at which they don't feel comfortable anymore with investing in that type of infrastructure contractual scheme. So I would think that's probably a sort of reset or reassessment to be done on how much risk can effectively be transferred. Let's take demand risk, for example, traffic risk, which has been highlighted during the crisis in the field of transportation infrastructure, airports, obviously, toll roads, other demand-driven infra-transportation projects. A number of institutional investors are probably not ready or no longer ready to take significant chunks of this demand or traffic risk in an environment that is now considered less certain, less predictable, more disruptible for a number of reasons. So if we want to attract more of that investment, we probably need to rebalance this risk allocation, rely more on the type of risk mitigator that can be provided by the public sector, whether it's some kind of guarantees, caps and floors, blended finance with public support. The objective being the same, attracting, maximizing private investment in infrastructure, good, a smart investment, one that will effectively accelerate and provide the kind of infrastructure that is needed, but by adopting maybe a more appropriate case-by-case approach to what kind of risk can effectively be transferred. And in that respect, the whole PPP model may also need to be revisited. I speak as a sort of personal champion for PPP. I've been in charge of a PPP unit. PPPs are dear to my heart, but I can only see that right now the PPP model seems to be losing a bit of its steam, at least in many advanced economies, mature economies. And one of the reasons for that is probably that the PPP model is seen as too rigid, too inflexible over a long contractual period at a time, again, where things are changing very quickly. Disruptions, whether technological, behavioral, economic, or even sanitary, are happening that couldn't be envisioned just 10 or 15 years ago. So we probably need, again, to inject more flexibility in the kind of contractual or regulatory agreements with the private sector, explore and resort the full array of business models that allow to tap and harness private sector, not just financing, but expertise, whether technical or managerial, whether it's project partnering, alliance contracting, combining regulatory asset base with PPPs, as the British have tried to do on the famous tunnel, allowing government equity participation in the special purpose vehicles, the project companies, hybrid PPPs, where basically governments builds a project and then tenders the operation and maintenance as in concession, or asset recycling. You name it, there's a wealth of possible contractual or regulatory or organizational schemes that need to be better explored, resorted to, in order, again, to maximize and optimize private participation in infrastructure. On their side, and I would finish by this, I would think that institutional investors, investment funds, whether equity and debt, are aware and ready to do their bit, and indeed have done already most of their homework in terms of governance, of ESG, of sustainable investments. They are indeed, in some cases, even pioneering or going beyond the regulatory or legal requirements set up by governments or multilateral bodies. I would just like to mention initiatives like the one currently sponsored by the Asset Council of Asset Owners on sort of operationalizing SDGs for institutional investors in infrastructure, and other industry-led marketplace initiatives. So again, you've got eager, willing, serious sort of willingness on the private side to build back better, do more of a sustainable, appropriate type of investment. Institutional investors, private sector realizes that the best risk mitigator, the best guarantee they'll get back their investment and the corresponding return is to go for viable, affordable projects, the one that makes sense. So just not just investors, but the whole society and the community. They are eager to devote more money to that asset class. The fundraising stats are here to support that view. It's just a matter of indeed sitting together and making sure that on both sides there's a shared willingness to sort of adopt the right approach with shared governance to make sure that we can effectively steer and channel this needed investment to where it belongs in sustainable infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Francoise. And again, like in Olivier's remarks, a lot of what you said resonated with me and my experiences in Australia. The comments you made, particularly about risk allocation, the shift to more risk transfer pre-pandemic, we've seen that happen in Australia, where that's had there's a need to rebalance on that, and I couldn't agree more with your comments there. And that marries up very much with what Olivier was saying around comments around particularly Gateway, particularly the robust business case for projects to be brought forward, and that rigidity and inflexibility you spoke to. In fact, you might have been laying out the plan for my talk on Thursday, which is about risk management and the double-edged sword. It was almost like you already saw my presentation plan, and comments around asset recycling as well, where we've seen very successful schemes in asset recycling in Australia, as between federal and state governments, and how that's worked to provide fiscal stimulus. And I couldn't agree more. There's very much the pull and push factors around fiscal and monetary policy. It's strangely enough, as monetary policy runs out of puff in being able to stimulate the economy, and the fiscal has to take over. Actually, as you point out, it creates a double impetus on investors to seek infrastructure assets. So thank you for those comments. Now, I'm conscious that we don't have a lot of time. If people do have questions, please do put them through in the chat, because we do have a hard finish at in 15 minutes at 1 o'clock, I think, Turkish time, for the next webinar, which is an overview of Turkish PPP market. So look, I'd like to just give you an opportunity, both of you, to respond on that theme about bringing the two sides together. All too often, you know, public-private partnerships, when it gets into a contractual setting, the partnership gets forgotten and it becomes public-private contractual. And so, you know, and that's where some of the concerns that you mentioned, Francois, come in. That's where some of the concerns that Olivia mentioned around the robustness and of the business case for doing the infrastructure in the first place. So these concerns about particularly sustainability and ESG, which you've both talked to, compliant investment, is this all compatible with the public sector expectations and the short needs of the economy? But maybe Olivia, if I could ask you first. I mean, the short-term needs of the economy, the impetus on political decision-making, is that compatible with what investors are seeking, which is the you know, the surety and the long-term robustness? Olivia.
Yeah, my microphone was muted.
No, you're here now.
I think that there is a general realizations that projects need to be addressing ESG issues on both sides. And I would say what seems to be emerging is now that the institutional investors are concerned about reputational benefits and risks. And they are themselves pushing ESGs and pushing the sponsors to actually adhere to these issues. So that seems to be a general trend and a meeting of mind between the public sector that has multi-sectoral and multi-objectives and the SPVs that is more interested in the bottom line, and the institutional investors coming in with ESG considerations, ESG imperatives that they are, insisting upon was the sponsors. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the role of the multilaterals and how you know, you can combine public and private capital to make projects viable in the current environment. I think there's definitely a role for multilaterals to provide guarantees to floor the risk, but also blending, you know, whereby you combine concessional financing with private sector financing, and VGF, viability gap financing, are all, you know, opportunities there that can actually make projects bankable and viable. Where private sector wouldn't come in because they can't see there's a huge economic returns on the projects, but the financial returns are just not there. And so you can actually, if you can step in intelligently with VGFs, you can actually, you know, bring in private sector capital. The other thing is that I think that there's often too much of a tendency to look at a project from the prism of the project only, whereas projects have a sector-wide impact. Particularly in the health sector, I would give as an example. So there is possibly some good combinations of private sector investments on PPP projects supported by World Bank or multilateral interventions that will develop sector-wide approach, makes investments that will deal with the sector-wide level. And combining these two, I think, make a tremendous amount of sense. So maybe I'll stop here in terms of compatibility, but I would like to make bring us back again to the governance issue and the long-term nature of these PPP contracts. Francois was mentioning about, PPP contracts can last 25 to 30 years, and you're locked in a contract. If you, the alternatives, is, of course, is to have a series of short public procurement contracts that is going to be stretched over the lifespan of the project. But if you're going to go with a long-term PPP contract, then the big issue is, how do you build trust between the public sector and the private sector? Because if you're going to be locked in for 30 years, you better make sure from the very beginning that you trust each other. I used to work in privatization, and I used to say that privatization is divorce, but PPP is marriage. You're getting married for 30 years. You better be damn sure that you like your fiancé, right? So I think that's a big issue. How can you build trust between the parties? What does it mean? And how can you go about this? Which I think is
that's a nice analogy, Olivier. I like that analogy about the difference between privatization and PPPs, divorce and marriage. I just want to, I'm conscious of time, Francois, and I would like you to respond, and in particular to the point that I think Olivier was getting to there around how you perhaps monetize, particularly when it comes to the ESG componentry that make it financially robust and viable. Is that the answer for the private investor, if you can actually monetize that in some way, or at least secure it in some way through the multilaterals, as Olivier suggested?
Maybe if I may, just before very quickly, Darren, answer your previous questions about the compatibility between short-term priorities of governments and private investment in infrastructure. This is a real issue and a real concern. Obviously, infrastructure doesn't lend itself easily to quick launch of projects, whether it's publicly procured or privately procured through PPPs. So if you go for sort of a shovel-ready for short-term recovery goals, you may in the process not focus enough on the kind of quality infrastructure projects. You may fall into the kind of a usual optimistic bias. And this is a real risk, frankly. You're already seeing a number of jurisdictions right now in Europe, in a way, cutting corners, or in any case, relaxing bidding rules to allow for a faster public procurement so as to re-inject money quickly in the economy. Frankly, I'm not sure infrastructure is the right field to do that. Infrastructure takes time. It needs time. It needs to have a number of different counterparts, interests, and views aligned, and you can't do that very quickly. So I would argue it's probably better to try and maintain existing, constructing, operating companies in life through various type of credit support mechanism to stop the immediate bleeding and make sure those companies are available in 6 months or 9 months or 1 year time when the projects effectively get started. But it's probably a bit illusory to think that you may fight the immediate short-term impact of the recession by just launching a wave of infrastructure projects in the coming months. So that's for the compatibility. I don't see that much compatibility in the very short term.
That would probably add to Olivier's 50% or more of failed projects.
Presumably, yes.
Please carry on, Francois.
So your second question was about how institutional investors can better articulate with MDBs to make sure it's sustainable. Okay, so we definitely need the MDBs in that sort of common attempt to better steer more and better investment into infrastructure. We need of course, the financial firepower. We need the technical expertise, the managerial expertise, the technical assistance, maybe even more potentially than just the financing capacities. What I see again here is that a number of institutional investors are definitely calling for and expecting a greater level of, let's say, harmonization or coordination by MDBs, by the international financing institutions, when it comes to setting up harmonized general framework to be applied to the monitoring, benchmarking, comparing of infrastructure investments from an ESG standpoint. The current landscape is very fragmented. It's a bit of a nightmare, frankly, for many asset managers or asset owners. They have to report to different counterparts using different sets of KPI or benchmark indicators. They would definitely need more sort of top-down harmonization or standardization from approach from the MDBs. There's room, as I see it, for some more sort of impetus to be given by MDBs to channel and reach as quickly as possible a sort of a harmonized, comparable overall framework in that respect. So that's the main contribution, in my view, that MDBs could do to sort of push the whole agenda forward.
Well, gentlemen, I'm afraid we could.
If I can just make a very quick point on the sector-wide approach, you know,
we've got 2 minutes. We've only got 2 minutes. Let's make it very quick.
The Lesotho case study, hospital case study, is really interesting. In you know, the PPP had an anticipated impact on the entire country health sector. And there are, if you combine a PPP with an investment project and a training facility provided that will make investments to complement the PPP and train health professionals to complement that PPP, there's a big role for this, by the way, the MDBs. I'll stop here.
No, thank you, Olivier. Look, I'm sorry, gentlemen, I could go on for another hour, and probably that would not be enough to satisfy me in talking to you both. It's been an absolutely fascinating session, and your insights are very valuable for everybody listening in. I think if I were to sum up the conversation, and how can you sum up such a rich conversation over an hour, but I think if the participants could take away Olivier's comments around sovereignty, governance, and gateway to drive the efficiency of public spending. And if I could just pick out Francoise, the risk allocation and the work that should go into that to ensure that that's not just a robust allocation, but a sensible allocation that recognizes that the private sector is not a bottomless pit of money that can deal with risk. And that goes to the partnership point, which he made very, very well as well. So taking away that partnership point with the risk allocation, if those can be married with Olivier's governance and gateway approach, then I think the future for infrastructure does indeed look good. The warnings though are the buy in haste, repent at leisure, because I think the both speakers have sounded a warning bell that in a time of recovery, whilst there are immediate needs, it does not circumvent the need for best practice. Thank you both for your time. We do need to go now because there is another webinar about to start. And again, thank you to DEİK and to the PPP committee here. Thank you.
Thanks, Darren.
success lies behind it. And again, thank you very much for the introduction. And if that's all okay, I can start my presentation. Hi everyone again. My name is Kerem Dönmez. I'm working in the Ministry of Treasury and Finance in General Directorate of Foreign Economic Relations, and I'm working as a head of PPP department in the ministry. So today I would like to talk to you about overview of Turkish PPP market and then the role of the Ministry of Treasury and Finance. First of all, let's go through the content of the presentation. For the beginning, I would like to give you a brief information about infrastructure gap and need for PPPs, especially in terms of from the developing countries' perspective. And then I will talk about PPPs as a tool for private participation in infrastructure. In that sense, I will talk about private sector participation, government's approach, importance of legal framework, and IFI's involvement. Following this, I will go through the title on overview on Turkish PPP market. In that sense, I will talk about the general data regarding the total investment amount and the number of projects per year. And then I will talk about model types of PPPs and the institutional mechanism regarding PPP portfolio in the government. Lastly, I will talk where Treasury and Minister of Treasury and Finance stands in this picture. Then we will continue by giving credit enhancements tools, de-risking PPP projects. In this title, I will talk about mainly the revenue guarantees and debt assumption commitments given by the both line ministries and both by the Turkish Treasury. And then I will talk about Turkish Treasury's role. Mainly, I will talk contingent liabilities, about contingent liabilities and debt assumption perception from the government. And then I will give the table regarding transactions under debt assumption commitment. And finally, we will talk about major PPP projects in the portfolio. Let's begin with the infrastructure gap and need for PPPs. As you know very well, especially in the developing world, rapid urbanization and population growth actually triggers the necessity for more schools, hospitals, roads, and clean energy grids. We believe that if we can complete these facilities, we will be able to reach better human capital and increase connectivity within the country and across the border. So we need to have these facilities as soon as possible because we believe that completion of these facilities will trigger the higher economic growth. But we know that most countries and almost all the countries have an underinvestment due to the budget constraints. In that stage, PPPs actually comes into the picture and gives the necessary fund and also the necessary experience regarding the complex projects. So governments and countries actually need this experience and the funds. So that we believe that sustainable development of the country directly depends on the building cost efficient, smart and sustainable infrastructure. And by the support of PPPs, we believe that we can reach higher economic growth in that sense. So when we think about PPPs as a tool for private participation in infrastructure, we believe that PPPs are an attractive tool to increase private sector participation. So we all know that actually private sector would like to come into the stage with the feasible projects, reasonable IRR, and stable or guaranteed revenues. So therefore, actually, these items are very important in order to be able to get the attraction of the private sector. When we look at from the government side, we can say that actually PPPs will lessen the pressure on government's budget. So this means less construction time and especially, which is very important for the government side, is the better value for money for students. for citizens. In order to have this private sector into the picture, we need to have an institutional and legal framework which is clear, conducive, and easy to implement. In addition to that, IFI's involvement is very important for both the private sector and actually for both the countries. So in that sense, knowledge sharing and reaching broader investors will be very important aspects in terms of countries and investors. When we look at the overview of PPP markets in Turkey, we can see that it's fluctuating a lot. By the way, we got this graphs from the Presidency of Strategy and Budget. We can see that there is a top in 2013. It reached almost 25 billion USD dollars. So this is because of mainly the Istanbul airport, but also we can see on the right side the number of projects. Actually in 2013, there were more than 30 projects, which is very important for Turkey. And when we look at the graph, actually we can see that especially in the crisis times like in 2001 and 2009, the number of PP projects decline and the total investment amount declines a lot, which is very parallel to the other countries. So overview of PPP market in Turkey, we can talk about PPP projects by model type. We have four main types of PPP models. The first one is build, operate, and transfer models. We have 115 projects, which actually accounts for 46% of Turkish PPP portfolio. So law number 3996, 3465, and 3096 actually frame the build, operate, and transfer PPP model. In this model, we have different sectors, which are, we can say that motorway, airport, customs, and power plants. The other type of the model is transfer of operating rights. We have 109 projects, and this accounts for 44% of total PPP projects. Law number 4046, 5335, 3096, and 4458 actually frames the transfer of operating rights. Again, in this kind of model, we have airport, power plants, and electricity distribution projects. The other two types of models is less than compared to other two models. So we have build, lease, transfer, and build, operate projects. We have 25 projects in total, and these projects account for 10% of Turkey's PPP portfolio. So when we look at the PPP structure in Turkey, we can look at from public institutions, which we may say that actually these are line institutions, and then decision authority and related institutions. So we have main sectors like transport, health, customs, and energy. Minister of Transport, Minister of Health, Minister of Trade, and Minister of Energy and Natural Resources actually deals with PPP projects. And as we talked about in the beginning of the presentation, we said that actually there are units in the line ministries. So these units coordinate and implement actually the PPP projects. How do they get their authority? They get their authority from presidential decree. You know that in 2018, presidential authority came into force. And before 2018, there was High Planning Council. The authority was given by High Planning Council, but right now it is given by the presidential decree. And we said here that there are related institutions. Presidents of Strategy and Budget and Minister of Treasury and Finance are the main related institutions. What does Presidents of Strategy and Budget does? Actually, they plan PPP projects and they try to form the portfolio. In that sense, they prepare strategy papers, medium-term program, and sector strategies. They are all in line with among these documents, and actually they forecast a long-term strategy for PPP projects. Other than that, in line with these documents, feasibility reports is prepared in terms of technical, financial, economical, and social sides. So we can say that feasibility reports is prepared by the public institutions, then it is presented to the Presidents of Strategy and Budget. Then Presidents of Strategy Budget asks for the view of Minister of Treasury and Finance. In that sense, actually, we get in the picture and trying to give our feedback to the feasibility reports, especially in terms of financial and economic terms. Then tender stage comes into the picture, and in tender stage, as all you know, contract drafting, technical specifications, that assumption procedures are discussed. If Minister of Treasury and Finance gives its that assumption, we are in the stage of, we come into force in the stage of contract drafting. And finally, in the construction and operation period, SPVs are established and land delivery is given by the related public institution, and financial closure is done accordingly. So we should talk about credit enhancement tools, de-risking PPP projects. So actually there are two main types of enhancement tools and de-risking projects in terms of the lender and the sponsors and SPVs, we can say. So revenue guarantee. So in different sectors, there are different kinds of revenue guarantees. For example, in energy sector, operation-oriented input and output is guaranteed by the institution. For the transportation, for example, minimum revenue is guaranteed to the company, and land expropriation is made for them generally. And when we look at the health sector depends generally on lease and service payments, and there are also several compensations in order to support these payments. And overall, we can say that there are conditional specific compensations for specific projects, and this creates different liabilities. So Minister of Treasury and Finance generally get into picture by debt assumption commitment. So as I said before, debt assumption can be given by the line ministries and also by the Minister of Treasury and Finance. In addition to debt assumption commitment, our ministry provides VAT and stamp taxes and duty exemptions to PPP projects. Other than that, may step-in rights for lenders, and we follow English law for PPP projects, and international arbitration is there if there is a necessity. So if we would like to go into detail of Turkish Treasury's role by function, we can say that actually there are two main functions. The first one is contingent liability management. In that sense, we can say that, as I said before, economic and financial conditions is evaluated for the feasibility reviews. And then we monitor withdrawals and repayments of the financing and analysis of the potential impact of contingent liabilities. So during the operational period, actually, we try to evaluate and we try to analyze the contingent liabilities. In terms of provision of debt assumption commitments, we assess grants post-tender contracts. So we negotiate on the financial documents so that we know that what we are going to give as a debt assumption. And we are all in the stage of financial closure, debt assumption commitment, and hedge cost limits. So as we give debt assumptions, actually we look for surety from shareholders equal to at least 110% of the highest debt service amount. And we also accounting for and reporting debt assumption commitments in our directory. So we can also categorize these measures into pre-tender measures. We say that feasibility reviews are important in the pre-tendered measures, And there are also limits for Turkish Treasury's debt assumption commitment. So minimum, we are looking for a minimum of 1 billion Turkish lira investment and 500 million Turkish lira investment for healthcare and education projects. If these projects total investments are under these amounts, we cannot provide that assumption. So regarding the capital requirements, actually we are looking for 30% equity of the project. This was 20% before. But at the end of the 2019, we changed it from 20% to 30%. And before actually, we changed this to 30%. But before this change, we were giving our assumption to only 85% of the total loans. But after this change, actually, we increased our commitment to a full portion, so we can give our debt assumption to the full portion of the loans. So when we look at the post-standard measures, we say that debt assumption commitment, full debt assumption in case of SPV default, as I explained just a minute ago. And actually, we see that there are two-sided monitoring by financiers and rewarding agency. And of course, we share the monitoring responsibility with the most qualified financial intermediaries. So I would like to present you the transactions under debt assumption commitment. From 2012, we have many transactions beginning with Eurasia Tunnel and Northern Marmara Motorway. And lastly, again, Northern Marmara Motorway for Kınalı-Odayeri section. The total amount of these transactions are almost 17 billion Turkish lira. And as I said, we closely following the operations and closely following our contingent liabilities. So I would like to give you a brief information regarding these projects. The first one is Eurasia Tunnel. So this is made by the BOT model. This is a very important project for Turkey because it is the first PPP project that is given debt assumption by Turkish Treasury. So this project is double-deck underwater tunnel, and actually it connects Asia and Europe. It costs about $1.2 billion, and there was a $960 million loan in this project. Construction started in 2011 and operation started in 2016. And the total operation period for this project is around 26 years. When we look at Gebze-İzmir motorway, this is also constructed by BOT model. And this actually project is over 400 kilometers and connects Istanbul, Bursa, and Izmir, so that it decreases the time between it decreases transportation time and helps the economy a lot. So the important thing for this project is İzmit Bay Suspension Bridge is the fourth longest bridge in the world. The total investment amount of this project is 6.3 billion and the loan is around $5 billion. This operation period for this project is about 15 years. So Yavuz Sultan Selim Bridge, the third bridge of Istanbul, the total length of the project is 95 kilometers and it includes third Bosphorus Bridge. Total project cost is around 3.5 billion and the loan amount is 2.7 billion. So it has 4 lanes in each direction and 1 lane for railway. Operation was in August 2016 for this project and the operation period is 7 years and 9 months. So Istanbul Airport, this is also constructed via BOT model and debt assumption for this project is 4.5 billion and is provided by the administration, not by the treasury. And there's a 25 operation period and contract value is around 22 billion euros. And there are 4 phases of this construction. Initial phase has been completed and it's operational right now, as you all know. And the passengers, there are 150 million passengers, annual capacity, but right now 90 million passengers per year. It serves 90 million passengers per year. So thank you very much for your attention. If you have questions, I will be glad to answer them.
Kerem Bey, thank you very much for your presentation. Just one question I have. Some are registered participants ask about the presentation. Will you be able to distribute this presentation with the participant?
Yeah, sure, definitely.
Okay, so next it will be available on the website. And the second question, which I got about the COVID. I mean, during COVID, how was the performance of Turkish PPP projects? I mean, the operational phase, like tunnel, bridge, and what happened about the COVID time?
So regarding the COVID time, actually, there wasn't a long period for the projects that, how can we say, the construction delay. So it was only for 2 or 3 months, but the companies accelerated the phase, and we don't see any particular problem in the projects. But the projects regarding the operational phase, of course, there are demand guarantees for the projects, but because of the COVID, the demand has decreased. As a government, we see PPP projects as a long-lasting relations among the lenders, among sponsors, and the government. So we try to support these projects, and actually we do our part, which is coming from the contracts. So everything is going good in that side, and we didn't see any major problem.
Okay, thank you very much. And one evaluation, I think in Turkish PPP records, we have mega projects, some $1 billion, some couple of $100 million projects. But we don't have tested, less than $100 million project. Let's say it's local government project. So is there any plan or programming in near future to minimize the PPP project? I mean, the amount of the PPP projects in the pipeline.
Mm-hmm. So, of course, there are PPP projects in the pipeline less than 100 million liras, but I gave the numbers for the debt, Turkish Treasury's debt assumption. So I talk about 1 billion Turkish liras and 500 million Turkish liras. So these are the minimum limits for the Treasury to give its debt assumption. But if we don't look Treasury's debt assumption, if we don't look for Treasury's debt assumption, these projects can also be applied without our commitment.
And one question from our colleagues from Japan. Setsuko asked us, what kind of sector does Ministry of Finance prefer more for PPP, transport, hospital? Which sector will be available for the next few years in Turkey? Because I know some Japanese companies are very interested in investing in BOT models and in transport sector. So the question is, which sector will be?
Actually, this question is more related for strategy and budget and the line ministries. So in terms of our responsibility, actually, we look projects from the perspective of financial and economic values and feasibilities. So in that sense, actually, strategy and planning, strategy and budget office actually makes the plans. But there is no limitation for any sector. So PPP projects can be done in all the sectors. There is no limitation.
Yes, thank you, Kerem Bey. From my knowledge, I think we have the rest 10 hospital project, PPP project will be tendered in upcoming years. And I think we have some other transport projects is in the pipeline. So we will inform Setsuko. We can share the data, which are the projects will be available for upcoming years for Turkish PPP pipeline. And one question, maybe it will be the last one to jump up the other session. We would like to know if PPP unit decides if the project is feasible for PPP or it's with ministries. Thank you. I mean, for the value for money approach, Kerem Bey, who decides for the PPP?
So actually, as I said, the presidential degree is necessary in order to go for the PPP project. So it is presented to the presidency office, and actually they decide on these projects. But of course, the strategy and budget office's views are very, very important for their to decide. And we also give our opinion on the financial and economic terms.
I think the structure in your presentation, it was very clear. When we distribute your presentation, it will be more clear the structure, who is deciding which level and how we are going forward for PPP project. It's PPP or a conventional model. So when we share, I think it will be more clear. Thank you very much for the participant and for your great presentation and for your support. Hope to be together next year physically in Istanbul after the COVID-19.
Hope so, and thank you very much for this great organization.
Thank you Kerem Bey.
Bitti mi? İyi, süper o zaman. YouTube için Muhammed de gelmiş. O zaman başlamamızda bir sıkıntı yok herhalde.
Yok, Muhammed bir hazırlıklarını tamamlasın. 2 dakika verelim onlara.
Tamam. Okey.
Çağdaş Bey, hazırsak şu an canlı yayına geçiyorum.
Tabii, tamam.
1 dakika katılımcıların salona giriş yapabilmesi. Başlayabiliriz.
Hi everyone, this is Çağdaş Ergün. The topic of this session is PPPs from legal perspective. I am a partner of Ergün Law Firm. We do PPP projects and project finance in Turkey mostly, and also abroad in the African countries, Gulf region, Central Asia, Balkans. Mostly in the infrastructure sector, healthcare, transportation, and energy projects. Today, I'm going to cover, from legal perspective, the contractual structure in PPP projects and some of the main provisions of a PPP agreement. Again, from legal perspective, which I think are critical, especially in the financing of a PPP project. First of all, let me give you some general information about the PPP legal framework in Turkey, and then I will continue with the PPP's legal perspective issues more generally or internationally. With respect to Turkish legislation, in Turkey there is no framework PPP law. There are separate laws, PPP laws, such as Build, Operate, Transfer law, or Build, Operate law in the energy sector. And also we do have a separate Build, Lease, Transfer law, specific for healthcare PPP projects. So we do have separate PPP laws, but we do not have a general PPP framework law. Also, we do not have a centralized PPP authority. We do have several PPP authorities, such as the PPP unit at the presidency, and also the strategy and budgeting presidency at the presidency, which is also responsible for the PPP projects generally in Turkey. And also sector-specific PPP authorities, for example, Ministry of Health in the healthcare sector, or DHMI, which is State Airports General Directorate, which also does a lot of PPP projects in the aviation sector. So we do have separate PPP authorities, but we do not have, differently from some other jurisdictions, in Turkey we do not have a centralized PPP authority. But despite the fact that we do not have a centralized authority or a general framework PPP law, we have done a lot of PPP projects for more than 30 years now in Turkey, especially and starting with the energy sector, but continuing in other sectors like transportation, motorways, bridges, airports, tunnels, ports, and also more recently in the healthcare sector. After this general introduction about the legislation, PPP legislation, I would like to also give some information about contractual structure in a typical PPP project. PPP projects are very similar to concessions granted by the state, and therefore in all PPP projects we do have a concession agreements, which is sometimes called as the project agreements in some projects, or in some other projects it's called as implementation contract or implementation agreements, or sometimes it is called concession agreement, sometimes it is called PPP agreement. So the name may be different, but at the end of the day it means an agreement between the public authority, which may be the state or the government itself, or another public authority with separate budget and separate legal entity, sometimes personality, on the one side, and on the other side, the private party, SPV, special purpose vehicle, is a party to the PPP agreements. So in terms of contract structure, first of all, we do have a PPP agreement, which is called as concession agreements. Secondly, there is a implementation contract or concession agreement, direct agreements, PPP agreement, direct agreements between the public party, the SPV, private party, and the lenders. The lenders are very critical obviously, in the financing of a PPP project, because in most cases, the PPP projects are financed through bank financing with some equity injected by the shareholders, like 20%, 30%, but the rest is in most cases are provided by the financial institutions as a loan. So the lenders are very critical in this structure, and there is a direct agreement signed between the public authority and the lenders. The SPV is also a party to the direct agreement. In the direct agreement, the aim of the direct agreement is to provide some rights for the lenders and to make sure that the public authority recognizes, agrees to such rights in an agreement to which both the lenders are also a party. So the lenders can directly enforce their rights written in the direct agreement towards the public authority. This is the main purpose of the direct agreement. In a typical direct agreement, there are three important provisions. The first one is step-in. Step-in means the right of lenders to get involved in the project, to step in the project, and to remedy a problem. If there's a problem in the project, for example, if there's an event of default under the loan agreement, or there is a default or breach by the SPV of the PPP agreement, then the lenders has the right to be involved and to try to solve the issue, solve the problem. This is called the step-in right of lenders. The lenders can use such rights without the need for approval or consent of the public party when time comes. So this right is stated in the direct agreement. Secondly, substitution right of the lenders is written in the direct agreement. Substitution means replacement of the shareholders of the SPV by another sponsor company, by another investor. If there's a problem in the project, if, for example, there's a breach by the SPV of the project agreement, and the lenders has the right to replace the shareholders, so to replace the investor by another investor with sufficient qualifications, technically, experience-wise, financially, etc., sufficiently, qualified investor, so that the project continues without the need for terminating the PPP agreement. But substitution, differently from step-in, substitution is subject to the approval of the public authorities. So the lenders alone cannot substitute the investor without the approval of the public authority. The third important clause of a typical direct agreement is consent to security clause, which means that the public authority consents to establishment of securities over the project, over the SPV, SPV's shares, SPV's receivables, etc., typical project finance securities, in favor of the lenders. So the direct agreement provides that the public authority gives consent to the establishment of such securities to the favor of the lenders. So this is a typical, these three subjects are the subjects that a typical direct agreement covers. In addition to the concession agreement and the direct agreement, there are also other agreements, of course, in contractual structure, such as the loan agreement. between the SPV and the lenders. The public party is not a party to the loan agreements, of course. The public party, the public party is a party to the direct agreement, which is another finance document, but different from the loan agreements. There are also, of course, subcontracts, EPC contract, O&M contract between the SPV and the subcontractors of the SPV. Again, there are direct agreements at the subcontract levels. For example, EPC contract direct agreement, which is signed between the EPC contractor, SPV, and the lenders. There's also O&M contract direct agreements, which is again signed between the lenders, SPV, and O&M contractor. So whenever there is the word direct in the name of a contract, it means that the lenders is a party to this agreement. In the EPC direct agreement, the main purpose of the agreement is to have a direct agreement between the lenders and the EPC contractor. In the O&M direct agreement, the purpose is to have a direct agreement between lenders and the O&M contractor. In addition to those agreements, we also do have in some projects, in not all PPP projects, but in some of the PPP projects, we do have a debt assumption agreement. Debt assumption agreement, the parties to the debt assumption agreement are the same as the parties to the direct agreements, PPP agreement, direct agreements. So the parties to the debt assumption agreement are the public party, the private party, the SPV, and the lenders. But differently from the direct agreement, the debt assumption covers the obligation of the public party to assume the debt, the loan, which the SPV is required to repay to the lenders. In the case of a termination of the PPP agreement. So basically, under the debt assumption agreement, the public party guarantees to the lenders that if the project is gone, for example, if the PPP agreement is terminated, PPP agreement is terminated for any reason. It may be force majeure, event-based termination, or termination due to project company default, or termination by the public authority, etc. In case of any termination, the public party guarantees to the lenders that the public party will continue to repay the loan to the lenders instead of the SPV. After termination of the PPP agreements, SPV, the original borrower of the lenders, cannot continue paying the loan because the project no longer continues, and therefore the public authority guarantees the repayment of the loan after the termination to the lenders. This is a very important comfort for the lenders, because the lenders know that even if the project is terminated, they will continue to receive the repayments, loan repayments from the public party. Therefore, debt assumption is a very important element of financing of PPP projects. But there is no debt assumption agreement in all PPP projects. There are other alternatives as well. For example, the guarantee of the public party to repay the loan may also be embedded in the termination compensation clause of the PPP agreements without a separate debt assumption agreement. It means that in the termination compensation clause of the PPP agreements, it may be provided that in case of termination, in the event of termination of the PPP agreements, the public party, the compensation amount, the termination compensation amount that the public party will pay to the private party shall include the senior debt floor, which means that the loan, outstanding loan, payable to the lenders, its interest and financing costs. So it is possible to include a debt assumption mechanism within the PPP agreement itself. The difference between having a separate debt assumption agreement and on the one hand and inserting debt assumption mechanism in the PPP agreement on the other is that in the case of a debt assumption agreement, the lenders has a direct agreement with the public authority, which is more protective for the lenders because it means that the lenders themselves can enforce such rights. And if they want to dispute it, they can have a lawsuit or arbitration case against the public party directly under the debt assumption agreement. But in the case of inserting debt assumption mechanisms in PPP agreements without a separate debt assumption agreement, then the lenders can have remedies, rights against SPV, the borrower, not directly against the public authority. However, this still provides comfort to the lenders because the lenders typically have a pledge over SPV's bank accounts, also assignment of receivables security. So this is an alternative to signing a separate debt assumption agreement. This is basically the contract structure in a typical PPP project. Let me briefly continue with some important provisions of a PPP agreement. For example, force majeure. This is especially critical these days because of the pandemic. The force majeure clause is important in the sense that, first of all, coverage of force majeure is important. From bankability perspective, the force majeure events definition should be broad enough to cover the potential force majeure events which may occur throughout the concession period. So, for example, the list of force majeure events should not be limited. I mean, it should not be an exhaustive list, but rather a non-exhaustive list of force majeure events is preferable from bankability perspective. So the types of force majeure events can be listed, but it's critical to provide that those types of events are just examples. It's not an exhaustive list. There may be other examples as well. Secondly, the consequence, of course, of force majeure is very critical in terms of the parties being able to go to termination of the agreements in case of prolonged force majeure. So if, for example, the force majeure continues for 6 months or 9 months or 1 year, then the parties usually have a right to terminate the agreement. And the termination compensation payable as a result of force majeure is again very critical. First of all, in all cases, the senior debt amount should be covered in the termination compensation, plus the equity and direct costs of the SPV, private party, is also covered in the compensation. in some cases, in some projects, we have seen that other types of elements of loss or damage may also be covered in the termination compensation, but typically, in a typical force majeure event termination case, the direct damages, equity, and the senior debt loan are covered, payable by the public party to the private party. There is a specific type of force majeure which is political force majeure. It is sometimes called as risk event or political risk event. This is also important in a PPP project because there are risks, political risks for the projects, obviously, such as expropriation of the project or change in the regime, political regime, or change in legislation, which may occur throughout the concession period and may have an effect on the project. So it's also important to cover those political force majeure cases, which is usually referred to as risk events under a typical PPP agreement. Another important provision of a PPP agreement is arbitration or dispute resolution. Usually, the forum, dispute resolution forum in a PPP agreement is different from, it is not the local courts of the host country. For example, for a PPP project in Turkey, the dispute resolution forum is not Turkish courts. It is usually arbitration, either in Turkey or abroad. Sometimes arbitration in Turkey, sometimes arbitration in Switzerland or arbitration in London. And sometimes it is a court of foreign countries, for example, English courts. In the transportation sector, debt assumption agreements, for example, English courts have the jurisdiction to resolve the disputes. But in most cases, in a PPP project, there is an arbitration clause. The arbitration basically means that the parties agree that the dispute will be resolved by an arbitral panel, usually consisting of 3 arbitrators. And those arbitrators are appointed by the parties. The claimant appoints one of the arbitrators, the defendant appoints the second arbitrator, and the 2 arbitrators together appoint the chairman. Usually ICC, International Chamber of Commerce arbitration is selected. Usually. London Court of International Arbitration is another popular forum, arbitration institution for PPP agreements. So from bankability perspective, it's also important to have a neutral dispute resolution mechanism and forum, such as arbitration. There are also, other important provisions of PPP agreements, which are important from both bankability perspective and also from feasibility perspective from the investor side. For example, insurance-related provisions. I'm not going to go into details in this session, but reinstatement tests, uninsurability concept for insurance, assignment of insurance proceeds to lenders. These are all critical concepts. And also for acceptance, commissioning proceedings of the facility, for example, a power plant or an airport or a road, motorway, for example, after the construction is completed, there's going to be an acceptance process by the public party. During that acceptance process, it is also critical to have a neutral, objective process written down in the agreement from day one, and sometimes even an independent engineer or independent expert concept is introduced in the PPP agreements to make sure that such independent engineer gets involved in the acceptance process to solve any disagreement between the parties in relation to the acceptance of the construction. This is basically all that I wanted to cover in this session, but of course I would be happy to answer if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Çağdaş Bey, for a great presentation. We have a question from Setsuko. She is asking about the agreement between SPV and the lender. Sorry, I would like to check. Yeah, could you please repeat why the lender and the EPC contractor need to have an agreement? Is it in the BOT law? When does this agreement concluded before the construction work?
At the subcontractor level, we typically have direct agreements, EPC direct agreement and O&M direct agreements from bankability perspective. This is not a requirement of law. I mean, it's not written in the BOT law or any other law that there must be a direct agreement. It's not a legal requirement. But it is preferred from bankability perspective. Its aim is to protect the interests of the lenders in a project-financed PPP project. In the EPC direct agreements, the most important provision of an EPC direct agreement is the undertaking or obligation for the EPC contractor not to terminate the EPC contract if lenders initiated the step-in process under the PPP agreement direct agreement. The PPP agreement direct agreement is a separate direct agreement, as I explained, between the SPV, public authority, and the lenders. And if the lenders would like to step in under the PPP agreement direct agreement, then it's important that the EPC contract also complies with such request. Therefore, in the EPC direct agreement, the EPC contractor undertakes not to terminate the EPC contract for some period of time, such as 6 months, 9 months, etc., which is called standstill period, so that the lenders can try to solve the problem at the SPV level. If the EPC contractor terminates the agreement immediately without waiting for the lenders to try to remedy the problem, then, I mean, stepping at the SPV level would be meaningless, because it means that if the EPC contractor terminates the EPC contract, it would become a much more difficult situation for the lenders to remedy. Therefore, under the EPC contract, the direct agreement, the EPC contractor commits not to terminate the EPC contract during the step-in period of the lenders. This is the most critical provision of an EPC direct agreement. In addition to this, the EPC contractor also gives some direct commitments to the lenders in relation to its receivables, such as subordination, and also assignment of rights under certain circumstances, etc. But these are rather ancillary provisions. The most important provision of an EPC contract direct agreement is, as I explained, the commitment by the EPC contractor not to terminate the EPC contract during the step-in period.
Thank you very much, Çağdaş Bey. So we are ending the session and going to the country session. Thank you for your contribution
Thank you
and
very much.
presentation.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day, everyone. Thank you.
participants of PPP Week 2020.
Hocam çok özür dilerim. Çok kısa bir süre bekleyebilir miyiz lütfen? Katılımcılar
participants. We are about to start afternoon session of PPP Week 2020. We have 3 distinguished speakers today. Mr. Daniel Lin, he is in Bangkok at the moment, and he is representing United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific, UNESCAP. First floor is yours, Mr. Daniel. You have 30 minutes. You can start with your presentation. We are eagerly waiting the developments at UNESCAP.
Good evening. Thank you very much, Mr. Gogan. Very much appreciated. Are you able to hear me clearly and okay? Okay, yeah. Then I will go ahead and share my screen. Give me a moment. Okay, so thank you very much, Dr. Yeb and Mr. Gorgon. Let me just, sorry, I've disengaged it. Okay, good afternoon and good evening, everybody. It is my pleasure to introduce ISTANBUL Infrastructure Financing and PPP Network of Asia and the Pacific on behalf of Dr. Masato Abe today. My name is Daniel Lin from the Macroeconomic Policy and Financing for Development Division of UN, where I work as an infrastructure financing consultant since the establishment of this network back in 2018. I would like to begin by expressing my gratitude to the Istanbul Public-Private Partnership Center of Excellence for the invitation. It is also wonderful to see the many familiar names on the speakers list from our recently concluded 4th meeting of our network held virtually on October 15, 2020. This was just 2 weeks ago. The 4th meeting of our network is inevitably dominated by the COVID-19 pandemic and its impact. As countries struggle to address the immediate concerns and establish steps to build back better, the financing gap that already existed prior to the crisis now looms even larger. So the main topics of my presentation will be to provide an overview of the role of UNESCAP and what it's providing to support member states in the pursuit of sustainable infrastructure development, and in particular, how the network serves to achieve this in practical ways. The UNESCAP is the largest regional intergovernmental platform with 53 member states and 9 associate members. Our overall objective is to promote inclusive and sustainable economic and social development in Asia and the Pacific region, with priority accorded to the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the achievement of the SDGs. In September 2018, ISTANBUL launched the Infrastructure Financing and PPP Network of Asia and the Pacific with the aim to accelerate the SDG progress in the region and also to facilitate private sector involvement in infrastructure development. And this includes assisting developing infrastructure regulatory frameworks, implementing sustainable and resilient infrastructure policies, while showcasing demonstration projects. Furthermore, it also aims to disclose infrastructure project pipeline and regulatory framework in member states to facilitate transaction matchmaking. And added to this is also the exchange of domestic and global best practices that fosters and promotes capacity building for member states to develop successful pilot projects. Above all, the network aims to be the bridge between Asia-Pacific member states as well as global international investors. The network is more relevant and needed today than the day it was launched. The members of the network have forged strong partnerships that will be pivotal for countries to build back better. In this regard, we firmly believe that infrastructure financing is a prerequisite in the pursuit of sustainable economic growth, social development, and environmental protection. None of the SDGs can be achieved without direct or indirect input from infrastructure. So therefore, the purpose of this network is to provide member states with the comprehensive and necessary tools to achieve the SDGs through the preparation of a pipeline of bankable infrastructure projects in order to help network members countries to sustain and accelerate the SDGs. Today, you will see this map here. We have 39 member states, not only from the Asia-Pacific region, but also from countries in Africa, as well as North America. But our success will come not just from the size and breadth of our membership, it will also come from how effectively we can collectively support countries to use PPP strategies and investments to pursue infrastructure development that is green, inclusive, and resilient. In addition to the public side, we also have partners. One of the objectives of this network is to provide a platform for member states, international development organizations, and global investors to exchange best practices. So in this vein, we have more than 18 international development organizations, 5 academic institutions, as well as over 20 private sector as network partners today, which are closely collaborating with ASCAP. And here you will see the timeline of our network, where we first began in 2018. We held our first meeting in Guiyang, China, and we welcomed 23 member states at that point. We also facilitated the signing of MOUs between Tajikistan and China. And part of the network really is also to facilitate collaboration within members of the network. So building on this, in 2019, we hosted our second meeting of the network in Manila in August, followed by the third meeting in Ningbo, China in September, where we also facilitated the signing of MOUs between Kazakhstan and China, Kazakhstan and the Philippines, and China and Russia. This year, there has been some adjustments due to the pandemic, but we were able to convert our meetings into a virtual platform where we first held our workshop in September to introduce the infrastructure, the Infra PPP-Net web portal. And this was officially launched at our 4th meeting just 2 weeks ago on October 15 online. We are also planning on hosting a capacity building thematic workshop at the end of this year. Thinking ahead next year, we will also be holding our next 5th meeting of the network, along with an additional thematic workshop. Traditionally, our meetings were several days long, but given the current situation of our platform, we had to reduce our meetings to no more than 2.5 hours. As a result, we wanted to also ensure that we develop and build on the conversation and discussions by holding more specialized workshops to be able to target topics more deeply. Now, on this slide, you can see that during the last 4 meetings, we were able to showcase early stage projects. So within the 2 years, the network has achieved significant outcomes with acknowledgement of its usefulness for member states. And on projects, ASCAP has successfully showcased 23 early stage and pilot demonstration infrastructure projects represented by 19 countries to discuss their unique challenges when structuring and implementing PPP projects, together with development partners for possible innovative solutions to address them. On meetings, we have partnered with member state governments, including China, Philippines, and most recently Kazakhstan, to successfully host 4 international capacity building meetings and 1 capacity building workshop. We have also launched an analytical book entitled Infrastructure Financing for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific. This book was launched at the 3rd meeting in Ningbo, China on September 2019. This book proposes a new and holistic approach to infrastructure financing, which can accelerate sustainable and resilient infrastructure development and drives regional progress towards the attainment of the SDGs in Asia and the Pacific for the 2030 agenda. Now, more specifically, and most recently, the web portal. Just 2 weeks ago, this was launched at the 4th meeting, infrappppnet.org, to member states as well as international investors. The objectives of this platform really is to disclose infrastructure project pipeline and regulatory framework to member states, facilitate infrastructure project transaction matchmaking, and also disseminate international infrastructure financing knowledge products. In this regard, we believe that the web portal can enhance the network's members' capacity through providing information on good practices, PPP frameworks, project pipeline, and market information in the region on infrastructure financing and PPP to facilitate socio-economic recovery in the post-COVID-19 era. Currently, we have 20 infrastructure projects that are uploaded by network members from Asia Pacific region across 12 sectors, and the total investment value of the project has reached over $14.4 billion US. We would like to utilize this digital platform to bridge the information gap between the governments and private sector. Therefore, we strongly encourage international organizations and private sectors to serve infrappppnet.org and also for PPP units to upload their information on infrastructure projects and policies onto the web portal. The better the quality and quantity of information provided, the better the attention received by global investors, which will improve the opportunity and capacity for successful infrastructure financing development, infrastructure financing and infrastructure development. So I would like to reiterate our commitment to strengthen this network to further promote PPP and infrastructure development, connect the public and private sectors, and above all, to help our region to build back better from the pandemic. We at ESCAP look forward to deepening our engagement with each one of you in pursuit of sustainable and greener infrastructure development in Asia and the Pacific. In concluding now, I would like to thank Istanbul PPP Week for inviting ESCAP to present, and we wish you a huge success for this meeting. Thank you very much again. Back to you, Mr. Gorgon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lin. We were waiting 30 minutes speech, but you are on time. You are earlier than your time, actually.
Trying to make up for last time.
Thank you very much this information. It was really useful. International organizations are very important, of course, for PPP success stories, to understand, to learn experience in different countries. Actually, I was appreciated with your presentation. Now, I don't know, let's go to Indonesia, but we have time. Is there any question from audience, or Dr. Aydın, are we getting questions from the audience?
Yeah, if there's a question, yes, we can raise them. But I think Hülya Hanım is here. Yeah, I think she's ready for Indonesia, and Indonesia is ready as well. So we can keep going on our next country.
Hello, Hülya Hanım, by the way.
Good afternoon, Erdem. Very nice to see you, and have a great day for all the participants, and thank you for all the speakers in the session. It was great to learn the current details of the UNESCAP, which is a high Asia-Pacific facilitator, especially for the PPP arena. Before maybe starting from the Indonesia part, I may kindly introduce myself, and then would ask our esteemed speaker to introduce herself before understanding more deep details of the important counter example from the Asia market to Indonesia. My name is Hülya Paşaoğulları, and I have been working in the international development as a principal consultant in IMC Worldwide in UK. We are more focusing on the development area for the economic and finance related infrastructure, finance and PPP governance advisory services, including the Asia and South Asia market. And before joining this team, I was the head of PPP unit in Turkish Treasury, so more dealing with the PPP finance from the government support policies in Turkey. This is a great event in order to facilitate the discussions, especially in an annual gathering, thanks to AUP and the esteemed team. And country-specific examples are also increasing the learning curve in order to understand what is going on, especially in the developing markets. Based on Indonesia, what we have known in the region, that Indonesia is a very landmark example for the Asia and South Asia countries, which is located between the Pacific and the Indian Oceans, with living more than 250 million people with 17 different islands. And it is one of the largest economy in the Southeast Asia. Plus, there are plenty of PPP developments in the country, where we know that a landmark guarantee fund, the Indonesia Infrastructure Guarantee Fund, is a very good example. So we will have the chance to listen the recent PPP developments and more enabling environment-specific PPP developments in the country. So I would like to give floor to our speaker to enable her to make her presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon. Thank you for Ms. Julia. Thank you to Dr. Ayub and also Dr. Gorgon. Thank you for this opportunity and inviting Indonesia so that we can participate here to explain about the Indonesia PPP pipeline project. Yep. I think as Ms. Julia mentioned that currently Indonesia developed the PPP framework since 2015. At this time, I would like to have my presentation, and I would divide into mainly two parts of a presentation. Firstly, I would like to explain about the PPP framework and the role of Minister of Finance to provide the fiscal support here. I think Indonesia adopt the civil law legal system. So in our implementation of PPP, we have to follow and we have to comply with the regulation very strictly. So the highest regulation to govern the PPP in Indonesia is the presidential regulation that was issued in 2015. We have at least 4 rules here that I would like to explain. First, about the PPP cycle. I think this is very common here in PPP. The cycle of the PPP start from the project screening stage and then preparation stage, transaction stage, construction, and operation. Of course, at the end of the concession, the asset will be transferred back to the government. Here, what distinct with the other PPP perhaps is regarded to the MOF role. We have a important role for the PPP because Minister of Finance provide the fiscal support in every stage, even in a very early stage. In the screening stage, MOF can provide the screening assistance. Here, MOF will help to identify and screen the potential PPP project that's set up by the GCA, Government Contracting Agency, and make sure that the project can reach the better value for money by using PPP rather than using the public expenditure. And then for the preparation and the transaction stage, even bigger facility can provide by the Minister of Finance, because here the MOF can provide the budget allocation to have a project development facility. This facility, MOF will assist the GCA by providing the consultant to develop the pre-feasibility study, bidding document, and help the GCA also to manage the project during the transaction phase to reach the financial close. In the construction stage, the viability gap fund will be provided. This is a fiscal contribution to part of the PPP project construction. The objective is to increase the project financial feasibility and to ensure that the tariff will be affordable for the user. And last fiscal support provided by MOF is government guarantee. This guarantee provide on GCA financial obligation based on the optimum PPP risk allocation to increase the project bankability. Those the role of the Minister of Finance in the PPP framework in Indonesia. Other rules, I think, will be similar with common PPP. For the procuring authority in Indonesia, we usually use the terminology of the government contracting agency or GCA. It can consist of, for the national PPP, the procuring agency is the line ministry, and for the subnational PPP, the procuring agency is the local government, could be governor or mayor. There are around 19 eligible sector that can use the PPP. It is clearly mentioned in the presidential regulation. And project preparation. We believe that the project preparation will be the key for the PPP progress in Indonesia. And the good thing, the awareness of the importance of the PPP project preparation increased gradually since 2015. Because I think after learning from the previous PPP transaction, the government of Indonesia could infer that the project preparation is the one of the most critical stage in PPP project development, and good project needs to be prepared by the credible consultant. That's why for the project development facility, MOF will allocate the budget. Even though the procuring agency is the line ministry, they don't have to allocate their own budget to hire consultant. They can use the MOF budget. Project preparation facility used by MOF to control the process to ensure the project are prepared according to the standard and best practice. I think this is very important because we are expecting to attract the international investor, global investor. So this is very important. And then the project preparation facility also used by the MOF to integrate the provision of other government support, such as the provision of the viability gap fund and also the guarantee fund. And then project preparation facility has to manage by a specific PPP unit. That's what our office do right now within the Ministry of Finance. So as a follow-up of that, a framework of project development facility was issued in the 2015, and we can assert that the government through the Minister of Finance provide the fund for PDF, and then the facility is provided in the form of consultant. We are hired the consultant from the Minister of Finance, but the consultant will work with the GCA. The facility assists the GCA, both line minister and local government, in developing the feasibility study and conducting the procurement transaction until the project can reach the financial close. The PDF facility will managed by the PPP unit within the Minister of Finance, and then the PDF or the facility is provided under the agreement. So if the PDF is approved by the Minister of Finance, there will be agreement involving the Minister of Finance and the GCA as the project owner. So to start from 2015, now we have around 32 projects under the fiscal support of MOF. As we can see here, Indonesia is an archipelago state, so we consist of many islands. The projects are spread along the island from the west to the east. We can see here out of the 32 projects, we can classify it by sectors. We can reach now up to 9 sectors, yeah, out of the 19 sectors eligible for PPP. And if we see the classification based on the stage, we can see that at least 7 projects already reached into the operation stage, and 9 in the construction stage, 4 in the commercial close, and still 4 and 8 in the transaction and appraisal. Actually, we have many infrastructure projects, hundreds in numbers. However, most of them are still in the planning stage. So it's very because PPP is still not a common scheme for Indonesia. So we're still improving in the implementation of the PPP. What happened? Okay. What about the future for the PPP in Indonesia? We understand that we're still facing the big challenges, yeah, because we have still need many infrastructure development. So we are facing multidimensional issues that needs to be addressed. However, in facing that challenges, we plan at least to do these 3 things. First, we will continue to improve the capacity of the public agency in preparing the project, executing the transaction, managing PPP contract. And then we plan to integrate the PPP process into the budget APBN budget or state budget process, yeah. Because of course PPP will need to be combined with APBN or the state budget, like many of PPP projects needs fiscal support, like viability gap fund. So we have to integrate the PPP process and the state budget process. And then the third plan that we will do is to benchmark the PPP process and documentation with the international standard, so that we can attract more the global investors. So this is the first part of my presentation. Now I will come to the second part. I will share some example of PPP project in Indonesia. First, it's a highway preservation project located in the eastern Sumatra Island in province of Riau. This is the project overview. So the objective of the project is to connect the main road in the middle of eastern of Sumatra in Riau province, yeah, in order to shorten the time of mobilization of people and logistics. This is the overview of the project. The procuring authority is Minister of Public Works and Housing. So this is the national PPP project. The sector is road, but this is non-toll road, so there is no tariff on that. Project scheme, DBF MOT, design, build, finance, maintenance, operate, and transfer. The scope, financing, planning, and construction, including design, of course, yeah, operating and maintenance. Project term will need to 15 years, including 3 years construction, and the project cost estimated is $40 million US. The fiscal support got for this project is project development facility and guarantee. This project using the availability payment, so doesn't need viability gap fund. The current status of the project now, we just announced the 4 shortlisted bidder from the pre-qualification. This is the project scope and the project structure. I think the government contracting agency here is the Minister of Public Works and Housing, and the project will use the availability payment. The scope of the government and the SPV can be seen in this table. I think the SPV will do most of the works. Yeah, they will provide the detailed engineering design for the road, bridges, the weighing facility. They will also finance the project. They will do the construction. They will do the SPV will do the operation and maintenance, and then they will also do the operational of the project, and they will get the availability payment from the ministry. So this is the first project. The second project is the hospital. We just only have one PPP hospital in Indonesia. Hopefully after the pandemic, there will be more hospital PPP. And what I can share here, the project objective here from the government of Aceh, the project expect to get a better services by operating by the business entity or the private sector. The project expect to have or to obtain the value for money by using the PPP, and the project hopefully will support the Prosperous of Aceh program as mentioned in their medium-term budgeting plan. And then the project hopefully will increase the healthcare service in the province of Aceh. Aceh is a province in the northern part of Sumatra, and this is the first Islamic or Sharia PPP project in Indonesia, as Aceh is one of the province in Indonesia that using the Sharia law. So this project will be structured in Ijarah al-Mawsufa fi Azmiyah, and then we got advisory from Islamic Development Bank for this project, and they also used one of the hospital in Turkey as the model project in Konya, I think, Konya Hospital. And then the procuring agency is the Governor of Aceh, sector health, project scheme, TBF MOT. This is the scope, and the project term are 17 years, including 2 years for construction. The estimated of the project cost should be $103.5 million US. This project also got the PDF and guarantees from the government of Indonesia. The current status already complete the pre-qualification. Now we are preparing the RFP announcement. Hopefully in December we will announce the RFP. And this is the project structure, and the scope of the project can be seen in this table. Yeah, the Governor of Aceh will provide land, managing the hospital. So the SPV will only doing the construction and maintenance of the building, but the management of the hospital, including the clinical support service, will be still provided by the government side. The third project is the Surakarta Public street lighting project. Surakarta is located in the central Java. It's a Java island. This is the first PPP project in Indonesia in the energy conservation sector, street lighting. And also for this project, this is a model project that besides MOF provide the consultant for the project preparation, we also provide the probity advisory because we want to use this project as a model that increasing the transparency of the procurement. So if this project succeeded, then we will replicate the procurement process in the next PPP project. This project, the overview, the GCA is the mayor of Surakarta. The sector is energy conservation, is public street lighting. The scheme is DBF MOT. Scope, same, financing, planning, construction, and operating and maintenance. The term is 17 years, including 2 years construction period. Project cost estimated $24.8 million US, and the revenue stream or the contract type is the availability payment. Fiscal support also PDF and guarantee because this is availability payment. The current status right now, expected to announce the PQ shortlisted bidder in the 4th of December. So this is now in the middle of the pre-qualification. This is the project scope and the project structure. Here, the project scope quite different with the other because here there is a PT PLN as the one who will provide the electricity for the street lighting that will built by the private sector or the SPV here. This is the project scope of the GCA and the SPV. Hopefully, the expectation of the project, we can have the higher technology, innovative technology, so that we can saving energy here by changing the light from the old technology to the newest technology, so that we hope that this scope can provided by the private sector. The next project is waste treatment PPP project. It is located in the area called Lagok Nangka. It is this area is already exist like this, like in the picture. Lagok Nangka is in the West Java. West Java is the large province in Indonesia. I think this is the second highest populated province in Indonesia. Yeah, consists of now they have 46 million population and estimated to be 57 million by 2035. So the waste needs to be managed carefully because the increasing of population here is big. The procuring agency for this project is the governor of West Java. The objective is to build the facility for the final municipal solid waste and treat and processing, improve the sanitation and health condition, and support the concept of circular economy. The supply of coming from 6 municipalities in the province. The volume of the waste will reach up to 2,000 tons per day. The location in the West Java, revenue stream will be coming from the West Java budget. Tipping fee, estimated project cost is 276 million US dollar. For this project, they got the complete fiscal support, PDF, PGF, and guarantee. The term of the project is 23 years, including 3 years construction, and the current status. We plan to announce the PQ in November in this month. And this is the project structure. Like we can see here, there are 6 municipal government that will supply the waste to the province, and then the waste will be treated and managed by the SPV or the private sector. The scope of the government is we provide the land and the waste, of course, supply, and we provide the water supply piping to the project site, build the supporting infrastructure outside the facility, and then landfill leachate treatment facility will also provide by the government side. For the SPV, they will design, build, and construct the facility, operate the facility, build infrastructure inside the facility, and this project will also provide the visitor center. The last project that, oh, not the last, yeah, this is the next project is the Proving Ground PPP project. It is also located in the West Java in Bekasi, very close to Jakarta. This is a project to make a facility for the vehicle approval test. I think the primary purposes of this project is to develop the facility to enhance the automotive safety standard and to reduce the emission level of any automotive product. This is a national PPP project also owned by the Minister of Transportation. The estimation cost is $138 million. The location, as I mentioned, in Bekasi, West Java. The term is 17 years, 2 years construction, because this is also the availability payment. They only got the PDF and guarantee. And then the current status, we also plan to announce the PQ in this November. I'm sorry that maybe I speak too long. This is the last project actually that we want to share is the housing project. For this project, this is the only project that still in the very early stage. We are still planning or starting the preparation stage. This is the housing project. I think Indonesia still needs many housing infrastructure because the gap of housing infrastructure, the backlog is still very big in Indonesia. This project is belongs to the Minister of Public Works. So this is the national PPP project, and we. But because this project is still in the preparation, so many information here perhaps is still very estimation, yeah, not very firm, because we're still trying to finalize the OBC and the FBC. And this is the project scope and the project structure of the housing project that is planned by the Minister of Public Works. This is the last slide that I would like to share. Thank you very much for listening to my presentation. Thank you. I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This was a very fantastic presentation in order to understand the big picture, what Indonesia does for the last 6 years. But I understand that this is not just the last 6 years from 2015, but it has a huge development efforts before this area. We have observed several key examples and success factors in your presentation, including the institutional settings, legal framework, and the key part is my takeaway, the role of the Ministry of Finance in the project preparation phase, not only just supporting the government supporting mechanisms, but also the project preparation is also flagshipped by the Ministry of Finance. This is the key part that all the recommendations are coming. And thank you for the project examples. And we have seen that the urban development, rural development, transportation, using more sustainable and resilient specific projects have already been highlighted in your presentation, including the energy, transportation, and health, social services part. So thank you for this. As you have made a detailed presentation, we have a couple of questions raised from our participants. And if we have the time, I would like to raise those questions, if it is okay for you as well, Eyüp Bey and Erdem Bey, if we have the time before passing through.
Yeah,
okay, great. The first question is coming from Turkey. Let me summarize those questions one by one, and then you may raise your answers based on this. The first question is, it is a very interesting market for especially the international investors. So is there a chance that the participants can access the tender notices of the upcoming infrastructure projects? This is the first question. And if you can answer, then I can go through more Ministry of Finance related questions to you directly.
Yes, of course. We will love to have the international investor, including from Turkey market. I think will be good. That's our main objective, actually, to attract the global investor. We can share the our website that can inform the stages of project in our fiscal support, within the Minister of Finance fiscal support. I think that's the answer. Of course, we are happy to have the investor. Yeah.
Sure. So your website is more useful in order to understand the upcoming procurement-related notices. That's great.
Yes.
The rest of those questions are more related with the Ministry of Finance related government support tools. The first question is, does the Ministry of Finance provide guarantee for termination payments across all sectors? And linked with this, the second question is related with the foreign exchange adjustment mechanisms concerning revenues. Can you briefly describe if it is a, for example, let's give the example, government guarantee for the revenue and demand risk based on the FX related mechanisms?
Yeah. Yeah, of course, for the government guarantee, we can provide up to the termination, because for the termination, if it is happen by the call of the government side, because it cost the financial obligation to the government side, then the guarantee can be provided because it is included into the political risk according to our PPP regulation. And then with regard to the forex risk, foreign exchange risk, currently, for the foreign exchange risk, we still include this as a commercial risk. So it is not guaranteed by the government because it is not a political guarantee. And then, yes, one of the biggest issue is the revenue stream for the availability payment, still using the rupiah or Indonesian currency. So yeah, we will arrange this and trying to find the best standard how to solve this foreign exchange risk.
Yeah. This is also a very crucial issue, especially for the emerging markets where the international lenders are also in the picture, based on the hard versus soft currency related concerns. The last question is coming from Malaysia, and it is more related with the accounting principles of the Ministry of Finance applications. Are PPP payments considered as the government debt? And did they consider healthcare projects with private partner delivering medical services? So there are two questions coming from. One is related with the healthcare projects. We have seen, so does the private partner also deliver the mechanical and medical services? Or the services are done directly with the public? And the second part is related with the accounting. The PPP payments are considered as government debt or not?
No. The government pay or the availability payment is not recorded as the PPP as the government debt. It will be classified as the government expenditure. We will have to allocate every year into our state budget. So we understand there is a risk here because in the state budget mechanism, every year we have to discuss with the parliament. However, because we have guarantee fund, so if there is a default in the discussion with the parliament, the guarantee fund will be able to pay as a bridging payment for the private sector. So they will they don't have to worry, the private sector, they don't have to worry with regard to the default payment of the government expenditure here. And for the health sector project, actually in the regulation, we can scope the medical service into the private sector scope. Most of hospital will the scope for the medical service will still in the government side, and then the including medical equipment can be provided by the private sector. But the medical service like the doctor and the medicine still provided by the hospital and from the government.
Okay, thank you.
Does that answer the question?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Yeah, this is the typical availability payment mechanism, as you mentioned, the Konya Hospital in Turkey, which also used Islamic finance. So the key healthcare services are provided by the public, but there is some support from the private sector in purchasing the equipment and related sub-services with the healthcare facilities. The questions are coming, but let me summarize and maybe give a few landmarks, because we know that we have another country presentation upcoming. One question is more related with the details of the IIGF. So your website was very useful in order to understand the key development and features of this fund. This can be useful. The last question that we can raise to you is related with the COVID pandemic related. effects in the Indonesia, especially for the PPP project implementation and priorities in Indonesia. Could you please briefly explain us what is going on related with the COVID in the Ministry of Finance application?
Yeah, fortunately, the PPP project in Indonesia that enter into the construction stage still limited. Yeah, so I think the pandemic is very influence the activity in the construction. While both of the PPP project in Indonesia are still in the planning and the preparation stage, so we are in the first phase of the pandemic. It influenced us. It slowed down the activity. However, now I think we have adopted the situation. So for the preparation activity, we are doing very well. As we can see here, still there are some project can reach into the transaction phase. We really hope that we can accelerate the preparation and then in the recovery phase, many infrastructure project can already reach into the construction stage, so it can leverage the economy for Indonesia. We really hope the activity of construction can be done in the nearest future when the pandemic get diminishing and we are coming into the recovery phase. Yeah, so hopefully the situation will be matched for Indonesia.
Thank you for all this. And this was very informative session based on a developing country experience. Just a housekeeping, the presentations will be shared on the website of PPP Week, including yours. A suggestion, if you can add your contact details into the end of your presentation, it will be great because there will be other upcoming questions based on our participants' reading of your slides afterwards. This will be really helpful. I would like to thank you and very nice to meet you. It's the Safia, I guess. So it's a pleasure to listen to the Indonesia part. Now I would like to give floor to again Erdem Bey, and thank you for your patience for the next counter presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Hülya Hanım and Ms. Insafia. It was really a distinguished presentation. A lot of participants are interested in. Now it's time for Kazakhstan. I think, is Mr. Arman Akanov here?
Hello, colleagues. Yes, I'm here.
Hello, Mr. Akanov. As far as I know, Kazakhstan has started to have important experiences in terms of PPP. I am sure all participants and myself are curious about them. So let you start, if you don't mind, fastly to your presentation, because we have only 20 minutes more.
Okay.
Floor is yours, Mr. Akanov.
Sure. Thank you very much. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum rahmatullah. So I'm gonna present a project, a PPP project in Kazakhstan. I don't know if you can see my screen, the presentation. Do you?
Yes.
Can you see it? Okay. Okay. So this is a PPP / concession project for construction and operation of a 300 beds university hospital in Almaty. Just a second, I'm trying to. Yeah. So this is a 300 beds hospital and clinics and diagnostic center. It is located in Almaty. Almaty is the biggest city in Kazakhstan. It is around 3 million residents. The grantor is the Ministry of Healthcare of Kazakhstan, and the concession period is 18 years, including the construction period of around 3 years. According to the concession agreement, the medical services will be provided by the grantor, by the public side, and the concessionaire will provide technical maintenance, which is facility management services. The concessionaire will be compensated for CAPEX, OPEX, and management fee through the availability payment mechanism. The project it is a special and very important project in healthcare. This is actually the pilot big PPP project in healthcare. So this is therefore it is provided with many of bankability aspects, and is the government tries to make this project as more attractive to the investors as possible. So you can see the pictures. This is just a brief outline of how the hospital may look like. It is prepared by technical consultants. Actually, KPMG is the lead consultant for this project, and we are working for European Bank for Reconstruction and Development and Ministry of Healthcare. So you can see the map of Kazakhstan, and Almaty is located in the southeast part of the country, and there is already a land plot for this future project, and it is the land plot is fully has all the required infrastructure. I mean, in terms of electricity, heat, water, sewerage, and it is located quite quite well. It's fairly accessible in terms of public and private transport, and the land plot is owned by the grantor and will be transferred to the concessionaire after the commercial closure. And the total area is 4.5 hectares of the land plot. So here you can see the preliminary, the draft timeline for the project. We almost finalized all the documentation for the project, and we are now passing all the government approvals. And we hope that by the end of this year, or by the end of January 2021, at latest, we will announce a tender, and after that we will pass all the stages of the procurement. So after we announce the tender, we will there will be an application stage and pre-qualification stage, and after the pre-qualification stage, there will be a second stage of the tender, which is assessment of bids, and after the winning bid is announced, there will be the negotiations for the commercial close and for the financial close. So we expect that by 1st August 2022, there will be we'll sign the PPP agreement, and by the end of 2022, the financial closure will happen. And therefore, in the beginning of 2023, the construction may start, and the project begins. So this is a timeline for the operation stage. Potentially, the operation may start in 2026, in August 2026, and after 15 years, the end of operations will be at 2040. So this is here you can see the legal structure of the project, the institutional scheme of the project. You can see that the Ministry of Healthcare is a grantor. Since this is a university hospital, then KazNMU, which is actually Kazakh National Medical University, it will provide medical services in these hospitals. And the concession agreement is signed between Ministry of Healthcare and the concessionaire. And the financial organizations sign direct agreement with the Ministry of Health, with the grantor, and probably potentially there will be some cooperation regulations or some non-binding agreement between the university and the concessionaire. And subsequently, shareholders will sign a shareholders agreement with the concessionaire, and the concessionaire will hire EPC contractor and the functional operator. As I said, it is very important project for the government, and this project is included in the special government decree, and now it is in the list of projects of special importance in Kazakhstan, which provides quite interesting features for investors, like exemption from VAT, amendments to tender terms, compensation guarantee, and so on. I will speak about this in more details a bit later. So actually, this is it. This in our opinion, these four main features of these special importance projects. The project is provided with international arbitration, and it is protected from the currency risk. So actually, the availability payment is linked to the hard currency, to the euros or dollars, US dollars. And there will be a termination guarantee with a special formula, and direct agreement with statement right provisions will be signed between financial organizations and the grantor. Well, these are key provisions on the termination arrangements, international arbitrations, and direct agreement. I can tell about this in more details in a Q&A session if you wish, but actually this presentation already contains the main provisions, and yeah, I will go to the next slide. So as for the technical overview of the project, actually you can see that some buildings already exist on this land plot since long time ago, and since Soviet times, and some buildings should be demolished, and some infrastructure buildings such as transformer station should be reconstructed and replaced on another place. So this is all included in the capital expenditures and will be compensated through the availability payment. Here you can see the bed structure, the department structure of the hospital. Actually, it will be managed by the medical operator, which is the medical university, and the concessionaire, a private party, will support medical services. So this is a multifunctional hospital, and you can see that there are different various medical services will be provided in this hospital. Here you can see the list of facility management services that are expected from the private investor, from the concessionaire. This is based mainly on Turkish practice, but also includes the international practice. So we included these services like comprehensive medical equipment maintenance, building and land services, furniture services, extraordinary maintenance of buildings and building systems, grounds and garden maintenance services, HIMS, which is Hospital Management Information System, cleaning services, reception and help desk services, and laundry services. So these are 9 services that we expect from the concessionaire. Here you can see the financial structure of the project, which we expect in this project. You can see here that the grantor will pay availability payments for facility management services to the concessionaire. The concessionaire will repay debt and interest and all the commissions to the banks, and will also pay for bank guarantees to the banks. It will pay shareholders and subordinated debts with the equity return, and the subordinated debt. It will pay taxes to the state budgets. All these taxes are actually compensated by the grantor. Here we consider insurance companies for corporate insurance and for medical insurance. And we expect that the medical operator will not have any financial relationships with the concessionaire, and therefore the cash flows are not mixed, and the concessionaire will deal only with its own stakeholders and banks and the grantor. In its turn, the medical operator, the university, will provide medical services, and these services will be paid through direct payments from the patients or through the medical insurance fund, which is commenced in Kazakhstan 3 years ago and now is operating. We assume this is a preliminary financing structure of the project. We assume that private party will provide 20% of equity and will attract 80% of capex from debt. According to our discussions with the Ministry of Economy and our Kazakh public authorities, they insist that they will help to obtain all the local currency debt. 100% of debt will be in local currency. So this is a preliminary structure, and we expect that the Kazakh tenge, Kazakh currency loan will be at 10%, and the debt service will start from the operation stage and will be repaid from the availability payment. So the project is 18 years, including 3 years of construction. So we think that 3 years will be, the loan will be for 3 years, and then will be refinanced for 10 years, which is in line with the operational and which is in line with construction and operational stages. Here you can see the structure of the availability payment. This is the payment mechanism, which is split into 3 main elements, which is compensation of investment costs, compensation of OPEX, and management fee. So investment costs will be compensation of investment costs will be designed for refinancing expenses, for repayment of debt, and repayment of subordinated and repayment of equity. And compensation for operational costs. This is actually the compensation for hard and soft facility management costs, for all the operational costs that concessionaire will bear during the operational period, which is HPV maintenance, insurance expenses, bank guarantees, VAT, maintenance reserve accounts, debt service reserve account payments, and handback reserve accounts. And the rest, the third element is the management fee, which is designed for equity return, for interest repayment, and compensation of changes in foreign exchange in case any deviations from the forecasted rate happens. So here, see a draft, a very brief risk allocation matrix. It is quite standard, but the most interesting here is that the currency risk is here. It is shared, but actually it is compensated by the state outside the 5% corridor, which makes it shared. But actually, after 5%, outside the 5% corridor, it is compensated by the public party. And the natural force majeure is also shared, but it depends on the results of negotiations with the public party. And you can see that early termination provisions are allocated accordingly. So in case of concessionaire fault, then in case of public party fault, it is compensated by the public. In case of concessionaire fault, it is not compensated. And in case of medical operator's fault, it is compensated by the public party. So this is a brief slide for the taxation arrangements in Kazakhstan. It's corporate income tax is 20%, VAT is 12%, and there is exemption from VAT for medical equipment. Procurement process, as I mentioned earlier, this is a two-stage tender process. First stage is pre-qualification, which is quite light. It is easy to pass the first stage for the experienced bidders, but yeah, there are no serious requirements for the first stage. I can talk about this in more details if you ask. And for the second stage, this is a selection of preferred bidder. It is the bidders will submit their bids, technical bids, financial bids, and then the tender committee evaluates these bids. And once the preferred bidder is identified, the negotiation process on the concession agreement will start until the commercial closure. Well, this details on the bid evaluation criteria. I'm not sure. It is very detailed. If you ask, I can talk about this in more details, but I suggest that we don't stop here and move further. So actually, yeah, this is it. This is it from my side. I'm happy to answer any questions. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Akano. looking to the questions. Actually, hospital experience holds a very important place in Turkey, as you may know already, because you mentioned. We have a lot of success stories. There are, of course, many lessons learned.
Right.
In this respect, the presentation was very useful for the participants from Turkey, I guess. I'm sure it is also very useful for all our participants from other countries. Thank you very much for this presentation. We have one question as far as, no, there's no question. So we can close the session, I think, if there's no question from the audience or from Eyüp Bey or Hülya Hanım. Okay, while closing this session, many thanks to all the speakers, participants, and also Hülya Hanım for her successful moderation. Of course, I would like to thank Dr. Eyüp Vuralaydın for this splendid activity, DEİK and PPP Center of Excellence for organizing the event. I think the event will play a very important role in increasing the economic efficiency of all participating countries. We have one more session today, and then there will be very important presentations also tomorrow and the next day. I wish it would be very useful for all participants, and good evening to everybody. Dr. Aydın, do you have any message?
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for all presentation and moderation, for your support. And we will move to the Mario Mosoro's session.
Eyüp Bey, there's a last minute question from Mr. or Ms. Wasim Ayubi to Dr. Akano. What is the expected capex for the hospital project in Kazakhstan, he asks. A general question. Do you have any answer?
We are now discussing this question with public authorities. I cannot say I cannot now name the exact number, but I believe it will be higher than 40 million euros, but I would say something between 40 and 90 million euros of initial capex.
It depends on many factors, of course.
Yeah, it depends on the technologies, on the equipment, and on the technical solutions of the project.
Okay. If there's no more comments, I would like to close the session, if you don't mind, Dr. Aydın.
Oh, yes, we can close the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome, Mariano. Thank you very much for accepting being with us this year as well. And I know you have a new mission in the fund, IMF. So it's very good for us to listen you from IMF perspective, the infrastructure business and what's going on in the PPP projects all over the world. So the floor is yours, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Eyüp, again for the invitation to be here in Istanbul virtually this year. I had the pleasure to be from the very beginning of this series of conferences years ago, and it was always a pleasure to visit Istanbul, to be physically there with Eyüp and meet all the people. So this year it's not possible, but we'll try to convey the message in the best way possible. Let me first put my presentation up here to okay. Do you see the presentation?
Yes.
Excellent. So let me first start with what the IMF does and what it doesn't do. So the IMF is an international organization that has mainly three goals. The first one is we engage in a sincere dialogue with country authorities to understand what are their needs in terms of financial stability, and we dialogue. This is on a normal basis. You may have heard of Article 4 consultations. You know also the annual meetings, spring meetings that are held both in October, the annual meetings, and the spring meetings in April, normally physically in Washington, but this year both were held virtually. So the first one is a sincere dialogue. The second one is capacity development. So the IMF provides courses and seminars and in-person training at countries to build the state capacity in different areas, from tax revenues to public financial management, including PPPs, wage bill rationalization, expenditure policy, different areas, building, for example, capital markets. And the third activity is when the first two do not work well for a country, we provide financial assistance to bridge the gap in the medium term. These are probably what the IMF is more known for, but is the third step that we take when countries are in dire straits and they need some assistance. Why I'm saying this? Because the IMF does not lend money for projects. We lend money to the countries, to the treasury, for the medium term. So these facilities, financial facilities, are normally for 2-3 years until the country recovers and can continue with the normal financial pipeline. The World Bank instead lent against projects. We do not build, the IMF does not build an airport or a railroad or provide financing for a PPP. We provide a broad financing for the financial stability of a country in the medium term. With that said, I often said that the IMF is the best public bureaucracy in the world. It works perfectly well. We have extensive data sets covering almost all sectors and all public finance activities. We have extensive knowledge in these areas and a very well connected teams of people that when we need the resources, we can reach to our colleagues to cover those areas. One of the areas that we have been very interested in the recent years, in the last years, is the costing of the sustainable development goals in infrastructure. As you may know, the IMF is an agenda of the United Nations. We are part of the United Nations umbrella, and the sustainable development goals are put forward by the United Nations to achieve a minimum level of standards of living by 2030. What we do in this exercise as the IMF is we provide how much would it cost for a country to achieve those sustainable development goals by 2030, how much of the GDP they have to invest. Today in this presentation, I will focus on the costing of infrastructure. I'm not going to talk about other areas, albeit they are very important and also relevant, but they are less costly for the budget. So for example, if I would say inclusion or gender equality is one of the goals. Well, of course, this is very important, but in terms of how much does it cost for the budget, probably something marginal, minimal. So let's jump into the costing of SDGs. The SDGs there are 17 goals out there. Well, 16 goals. We are not going to focus on all the goals. We're going to focus, the IMF focuses on 5 of them. These are 2 social, health and education, and 3 infrastructure, water and sanitation, roads and electricity. This is what we think have the largest impact on the budget. In today's presentation, I'm going to do an example of how we do the costing for electricity and for roads, and a recent mission that I had before the lockdown to Nigeria. So I'm going to present results from Nigeria. I also did this exercise for India. So both of these reports are available online. So if you Google IMF SDG Nigeria, probably you will find this report that was published and is there at the IMF. So the key question here when we approach this exercise normally is upon an invitation from the country authorities. So the country authorities approach the IMF and they say, would you like to provide us with this exercise, how much it would cost us to build the roads necessary, the power plants, the water and sanitation facilities, so as to achieve the SDGs. And we go to the country. Normally, this is really very intense missions. These are 2 weeks where we gather the information, and within 2 weeks, we produce this report. I should also say here, little advertisement, if you as country authorities are interested in this type of assistance, we call technical assistance or capacity development, please reach to the IMF and we can see whether there are resources, both personnel and financial, to go to the country or to do it remotely, the costing exercise. So the key question is how much it would cost to achieve these goals, and what is the role of national governments and the private sector in helping this the achievement of the SDGs. I should say that when we do the costing, we don't separate between public and private sources of financing. We focus on the expenditure side, how much it would cost, regardless of what is the source of financing of that gap. So today I'm going to present first what is the scope of this exercise. So we focus on two human sectors, human capital sectors, as is education and health, and three physical capital, electricity, roads, and water and sanitation. We compute the total spending, private and public. In some countries, normally low-income countries, most of the financing, for example, for water supply comes, unfortunately, from private sources. So it's the user that goes and procures the water in a tank, for example. In more advanced economies, you have pipelines and the whole grid of water and sewage to provide that water. The methodology that we have is available, so it's also at the IMF resources on the web. What we do is we identify the gaps and we compute the unit cost of that gap and then multiply the gap by the unit cost. For example, in roads, you will see that we compute how many kilometers of roads are necessary for a country to achieve the density of a road as if in an advanced economy or to their peers. And then we multiply those number of kilometers by the cost of building the roads in the country, and that we can have an estimate in financial terms. And then we compare that to the GDP, and we can say 2% of GDP, for example, every year to achieve the goal by 2030. Well, the results are scaled to the GDP, and we also compute, of course, how much is the annual depreciation. So it's not only about building, but also the maintenance of the new infrastructure. I will focus, for the sake of time, on the energy sector and also on roads. It's important to notice that we really narrow very much, we pin down the SDGs to something that is tangible. The SDGs sometimes are quite broad. For example, affordable and clean energy. Well, here enters climate change, green energies, a lot of issues can be tackled. What we provide is just the baseline, how much is to achieve a 100% access to the grid, so that everybody that wants to have access to electricity have that electricity. And those of you coming from countries that are middle income or low income, you know that it's not 100%. Sometimes coming from more advanced economies, we tend to be blind to the fact that in other parts of the world, the necessities are much bigger or much fundamental, that only, for example, 50% of the people have access to electricity. And not necessarily this is on-grid electricity. Sometimes is from a generator that is very expensive in terms of kilowatt hours. So in electricity, the goal, as read in the SDG 7, is by 2030, ensure universal access to affordable, reliable, modern energy services. How do we interpret that statement in something that is more quantifiable? So we interpret it as expanding the capacity, the electricity capacity, to 100% of the population. Of course, controlling for population growth and holding the initial level of the electricity consumption per capita. In countries that are lower income level, we also, I mean, that gap will be much bigger. Countries that are, let's say, Germany. In Germany, this goal would be 0 in terms of access to 100%, because all the people that wants to have access to the grid, they have. So that costing would be eventually becoming more green, more resilient to climate change. But we don't focus on advanced economies. Mostly our client base in the IMF are low-income countries, middle-income countries. And then we also compute what is the cost of increasing the electricity consumption per user. So mostly this is estimated as a correlation, well, it's a regression analysis, with the income. So we have found, and I will show you in a second, that electricity consumption, what predicts electricity consumption in the future is the growth in income. So in this graph, you will see different regressions. All these regressions, for those of you who are more technical, is a log-log regression. So every parameter that is an independent variable is transformed in a logarithmic scale, and also the dependent variable, which is consumption of electricity per capita, is also in long terms. So here the interpretation is in percentage terms. 1% GDP per capita increase translates into 1% increase in electricity consumption. This is done only for low income and middle income and emerging markets. The classification of the IMF is very simple. We have advanced economies, we have emerging market economies, these are the middle income, and the low income developing countries. So 3 groups. Because the advanced economies do not have to achieve this 100%, they are already there. This sample only takes emerging markets and low income developing countries. And what we find in different regressions is that the best predictor is not even when we put the access to electricity or the urban population or industry services. The best predictor of electricity consumption is the GDP per capita, the growth of GDP per capita. So how does it work? It works that if you are, for example, a country with this level of income per capita, and we project that your income per capita will be here, well, how much electricity do we have? How much your electricity consumption will increase? Well, will increase almost as a factor of 1-to-1 in percentage terms of increase. These are the scale here may be twisted, but it's almost like a 45-degree line, this line, if it would be put everything into scale in the same with the same numbers. So this is how we compute the gap. The gap is if you are, for example, I don't find here Turkey, but let's say you're the Philippines. If you are the Philippines with an income of about $3,200 per capita in 2018, and we project that your GDP per capita in 2030 will be like Slovenia, let's say 4,000 in 10 years, an increase of $1,000 per capita. Then we predict that your electricity consumption will be similar of what is in Slovenia today, around 1,000 kilowatt hours. Then what we do is back engineer that capacity needed into how many gigawatts of capacity are needed, of course, taking into account all the different capacity factors and depending on the technology that is installed. And we say, well, you Philippines need, let's say, 10 gigawatts of capacity increase. And then we multiply that capacity by the cost per gigawatt of capacity, and we come up with an estimate of how much the country will need to invest. In roads, what we do is a little bit more sophisticated, but not that much. The SDG, as it reads, is develop quality, reliable, sustainable, resilient infrastructure, including regional and transporter infrastructure to support economic development and human well-being, with a focus on affordable and equitable access for all. Well, this is very nicely written, but it's kind of vague. How do we materialize, how do we operationalize this goal? What we say is we derive the density by GDP per capita and try to increase the rural access index so that everybody has access to a road within 2 kilometers. And then we compute how much it would be for everybody or 90% of the population. In fact, for low-income countries, the goal is 75% of the population to have access to a road within 2 kilometers. For emerging and market economies is 90%, and for advanced economies is 100%. But let's say for an emerging economy, 90%. So how many roads, kilometers of roads need to be built so that everybody has a road within 2 kilometers? Why 2 kilometers? Well, this is a measure by the World Bank because it's 30 minutes round trip walking back and forth to the road. So it should be within 30 minutes and no more. So here the estimation is done using the following variables: road density, which is kilometers divided by the area of the country. And this is correlated using a regression with GDP per capita in logarithmic terms, the rural access index, which is what I mentioned previously, the share of the rural population that have access to a road within 2 kilometers. This is as ratio goes from 0, if nobody in the rural area has access to a road, to 100. In general, in a country that is low income, around half of the population have access to a road within 2 kilometers. We want that ratio to go up so that people don't have to walk more than 2 kilometers to get access to a road. This is important for human development as well, but also in economic terms. If you want to have an economy that trades goods and services, you need to be well connected enough to be able to distribute the goods that you produce to the final consumers, and also to source other inputs that you need in the production. And also the population density. For example, if everybody lives in a city, in one city, and there is no urban population, of course, you don't need, and there is no rural population, you don't need roads because everybody will be in the city, and by definition, in the city, you have the roads of the city. So this would be almost mechanically no roads needed. So then we run a regression in logarithmic terms of what is the road density regressed on the rural access index, the logarithm of the GDP per capita, the logarithm of the population density. With that, we then plug into the estimates that come here. I mean, this is the results already of the regression. These estimates are when we run the cross section of countries, we get these estimates. Then we plug for a particular country what is the rural access index target. How much do we want to increase, to what level that rural access index? In the case of emerging market economies is 90%. and then we plug the 90% here, here is what would be the GDP per capita, what would be the population density in 2030, and we get what is the target road density in 2030. Because we know what is the road density now, what is the road density in 2030, that is the gap. And then we multiply that gap by the cost of building 1 kilometer of road. 1 kilometer of road, in general, as a rule of thumb, is around $500,000 for a 2-lane, we call it all year, all weather road. This is not a highway. This is just a plain asphalt that can last for winter and summer road. So more or less, it's $500,000. Of course, when we do a mission in the country, we do the estimate how much exactly is the costing for that country. That may vary from, let's say, 350,000 to 700,000, but it's generally in the ballpark of $500,000. So if you need to build, say, 1,000 kilometers of roads, that would cost you $500 million. And then all these values, statistical values, we can do it from headquarters in Washington, but it will not be as precise. When we go to the countries, we talk to the authorities and we try to estimate accurately what is the cost of each of the elements to build 1 kilometer of road. So I think the best way to show how does it work is with an example. This was the outcome of a mission that we carried in Nigeria in February. The members of the team were only 3 people, intensively working for 2 weeks. Mauricio Soto, who was the mission chief of that mission, and me and Juliet as members of the mission. The technical report was published in April 2020. So if you Google Nigeria additional spending towards sustainable development goals, you should be able to download the whole report. At first, let me present the broad picture again. What we do in the 5 sectors. So with the authorities, on the first day, we explain this graph. What is that we try to do? We're going to estimate the SDG costing for education, health, electricity, roads, and sanitation. The methodology is similar, is not the same for each sector, but it follows the same logic of quantifying a gap. Here, the gap in education and health is done comparing to the best performers. So here is not something that is, let's say, objective as a measure of access, is more comparing for the same level of income, a country like Nigeria, to what would be the best outcomes in health as life expectancy or child mortality, the best performers in that income group. Or in education, which are the countries that with the same resources perform the best in education. They have the best outcomes in by the measures that are available, like the PISA test. Then we compare that with the unit cost. In health and education will be, for example, the number of teachers, how much the teachers are paid. In electricity, it would be the amount, how much capacity is needed in terms of megawatts of capacity. In roads, as mentioned previously, is the length of the roads needed to increase the road density in kilometers, how many kilometers, and in water and sanitation is the cost of the facilities, the cost of a latrine, the cost of access to water. And then we multiply what are the gaps to the benchmark. The benchmark in electricity, for example, is 90% of the population with access to electricity. In roads, because Nigeria is a low-income country, we don't expect everybody to have access to a road. We say more feasibly 75%. And in water and sanitation, this is something that we care very much, that 100% of the population have access to running water and latrines. So 100% access to safely manage water and sanitation. Then we compute, we multiply by the cost, and we annualize those costs to the GDP, including depreciation. So this is something that then comes comparable. We can compare Nigeria to, say, India in terms of how much of their GDP needs to be invested to achieve those goals. So this is the theory. How does it work in practice? So for electricity, for example, we show first what is the consumption per capita of Nigeria comparing to India. Look that Nigeria and India are more or less the same income per capita. However, Nigeria consumes half the electricity per capita as India. Or in other words, it's not that the Nigerians are so efficient in saving electricity, it's there's no electricity for them to use for basic services. I've been there, and it was very sad to see, for example, people lining up to charge their mobile phones at kiosks, paying really a relatively high price to charge their mobile phones in villages, because there is no grid access to electricity. Okay, then we do the calculation how much is the additional consumption by 2030 of Nigeria, and we estimated the additional consumption given the GDP growth, the population growth, and what is the target of access at 137 terawatt hours. Taking a capacity factor of 70% and how many hours in a year are there to produce that amount, we back engineer how much is and then the unit cost per megawatt. The unit cost in Nigeria was estimated at $2,000 per megawatt, per kilowatt. This is also including distribution and transmission. More or less, and as a rule of thumb, is 50% capacity, 25% and 25% transmission and distribution. Sometimes is generation 60%, then 2020. This is information that we gather during the missions in the countries. And we estimated that the total amount, how much it would cost for Nigeria to achieve the 90% access to electricity by 2030, that will take 137 terawatts, it is almost $50 billion. Computing $50 billion with the depreciation that happens each year and the increase, it means that Nigeria will have to invest 1% of its GDP every year in increasing capacity, so as to, by 2030, achieve this additional capacity and have 90% of the people connected to the grid. In roads, also we see, for example, that Nigeria is below other countries as India in terms of the perception of the quality of roads. And the rural access is much below that countries like India and Zambia, Zimbabwe, Ghana, Cameroon. The countries that we use for comparison are not random. We use countries that are in the same income per capita and in the same region or comparable. Why we use India? Because we were just previously in a mission in India and it's similar in terms of income per capita. But of course, India is in Asia, Nigeria is in Africa, different circumstances, different environment. So we compare also to Zimbabwe as well. And in Zimbabwe, the rural access index is 60%. It means that 60% of the rural population can walk to a road within 2 kilometers. But in Nigeria, it's less than 40%. The majority of the rural population don't have a road that is accessible all the year within 2 kilometers. Imagine what does it mean for an economy when you are secluded in a village without access to trade with goods and services in an easy way. I mean, of course, goods and services arrive there and people are connected somehow, but it takes much longer, much costly to connect those individuals. In roads, what we estimated also is we take into account the population, the rural access index that we want to match, the length of the roads, and the income per capita. And then we estimated for Nigeria that they need 179,000 kilometers additional to what they already have. The cost per kilometer, we estimated at $550,000 per kilometer. And then it becomes a very trivial exercise of multiplying the additional road by the cost of the road, and it comes to almost $100 billion. This would mean that Nigeria needs to invest 2% of its GDP every year to build up roads, the capital stock, and to maintain it. At the end of a mission, we normally present the results of the whole mission in one picture. So this is the picture for Nigeria, that they need to invest almost 8% in education every year of its GDP. So it's a huge effort that they have to increase in education. Health, they have to increase 4.3% of related to GDP. In electricity, is the water and roads and electricity were quite simple to remember because it's 1, 2, 3. 1% in electricity every year, 2% in roads, and 3% in water and sanitation. Overall, Nigeria needs to invest 18% additional every year to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. It's a huge effort. It's probably beyond what the resources of the country may permit, but it's a goal to set, to put the benchmark high. Now, how does it compare to other low-income developing countries? Well, in other low-income countries, they need to invest, we estimate, 15%. So Nigeria needs, if they want to catch up with the Sustainable Development, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, they need to invest more than other similar countries in their income brackets. Excellent. So I think with this, I would stop here and allow for questions from the participants.
Dear Marion, do you have a second session?
Yes, there is.
If you want, we can continue because now I don't see any question from audience. If you want,
Okay.
3 or 5 minutes break, or you can continue whatever you want.
Let's do a break because people may need to refill their coffees and do all stuff. And after 5 minutes, I will have the second presentation.
Okay.
And please feel free to send your questions in the chat if you don't want to talk in person. I will appreciate if you can write the questions in the chat, and I will take the questions by.
Okay, so 5 minutes break and we will be here. We are not ending the meeting. Just wait.
No, we are not breaking the meeting. We are just only having a little break to refill the.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mario.
ready to go if
Okay.
the participants.
Okay. Everybody is waiting for you, and you can go on.
Okay. In this second session, I want to touch on another topic that is related to infrastructure in its it's a hot issue, and on the impact of the pandemic on employment. As all of us have seen during this pandemic, we have achieved record highs unemployment. The International Labor Organization estimates the unemployment at around more than 400 million jobs lost. The equivalent is sometimes computed as hours into jobs. So at the IMF, what we did recently is an estimation of how much public investment would contribute to growth and also to job creation. Twice a year during the spring meetings and the annual meetings, the IMF engages in this dialogue with countries. And in that dialogue, we publish what is called the Fiscal Monitor. Many of you may have seen this publication, the Fiscal Monitor, which is mostly addressed to, I would say, finance ministers. In this publication, well, I was one of the contributors to the October Fiscal Monitor. In the October Fiscal Monitor, the second chapter is on public investments for the recovery. And I strongly encourage you to go to the IMF webpage and to look for the Fiscal Monitor and download the publication. Is easy to read. It's in a technical language, but is accessible language to non-economists. And on top of the chapter, there is a bunch of online annexes that you can download. My contribution was in chapter 2, the job creation part, but also the appendix 4 of the second chapter. So appendix 2.4 was the basis for part of the job creation content of that chapter. And today I would like to talk to you about that content and my calculations. This was had an ample coverage in the press. The figure that you see here appeared in at the Financial Times and in other publications. I should say, as a disclosure and half joke, there is no connection between James Bond and the director at the IMF. Between these two. The key question for the Fiscal Monitor was, taking into account that unemployment is at record highs, for almost 500 million jobs lost. These are not actual jobs. It's the equivalent of a job. If we compute all the hours and the furloughs coming there. One of the participants says that the presentation is not, I apologize. Probably the screen should be on sharing. So let me do it again, share screen. Now it should be. So may I have a confirmation that the screen works in the chat?
Yes.
Excellent. Excellent. I apologize. I don't know why it stopped sharing at the moment. So again, just a recap. This is part of chapter 2 of the Fiscal Monitor. And it had large coverage in the press during the annual meetings. The annual meetings are in October, normally presentially in DC. This year it was held virtually. For the annual meetings and for the spring meetings as well, what the IMF does is tons of research. At the Fiscal Affairs Department, at my department, what we prepare is the fiscal monitor. So twice a year, we come to that dialogue with the authorities on a one-to-one, but also we present different outcomes of our research. This research tries to be as much as possible related to what the countries need at the time. Given the pandemic and the high unemployment, our contribution this year in chapter 2 was public investments for the recovery. So how do we see that public investment will help the recovery and the job creation? So back to the key point of the presentation. So we see that in the second quarter of this year, about 500 million jobs equivalent, hours lost, that translate into 500 million jobs lost. Even if we look at the third quarter of this year, this number came down, but it's still above 300 million jobs lost worldwide. We also know from the past that during bad times, during the Great Depression, for example, or the recent financial crisis, public works programs help increase employment. So the question here comes is, how many jobs can be created with public investment? So for each $1 million that you put in public investment, how many jobs are created? It's not that simple. It's not dividing the $1 million invested by the average salary, because part of that investment goes into machines, part goes into administration, part goes into labor that is already hired, so you don't increase the employment. So the question is, how much an additional million increase the payroll, the number of people on payroll, by sector and by income group. So here we are going to focus on 4 sectors: the health and education together, electricity, roads, and water and sanitation. And income groups, as previously in the IMF nomenclature, we have advanced economies, emerging market economies, and low-income developing countries. The scope is 4 groups, 4 sectors, 3 groups. We are going to take something that is like the cutting-edge research approach to macroeconomics now, that is looking at the micro level and aggregating to macro level. So what I'm going to do is take construction companies, which are those that implement the public works. So public works are very rarely done through the government payroll. It's not a bureaucrat that is building the road. These are construction companies, either state-owned enterprises or private enterprises, but these are the constructors that build the infrastructure. I'm going to use a very large micro data panel of construction companies and estimate how much is the change in employment for a change in $1 million of revenue. The results in a nutshell is that each $1 million contributes to 3 to 7 jobs in advanced economies, 10 to 17 jobs in emerging market economies, and 16 to 30 jobs in low-income developing countries. Of course, this is obvious that the lower the income, the higher $1 million will take you in terms of employment. Also, we estimated that green investment and investment with a higher content of intellectual capital, R&D, can create more jobs. So going greener, a green investment is not bad for employment, actually it can be good. And overall, this is a number that was out in the news. 1% of GDP in public investment can translate into 7 million jobs worldwide directly, and 33 million with all the indirect microeconomic effects, like Keynesian multipliers. So the way that I approach it, I think it was kind of novel. I haven't seen in the literature something similar. I took the companies by their industrial codes and then classify into electricity companies from Compustat. So I used two data sets, Compustat and Orbis, and then matched, well, in electricity, if I see this industrial code 237130, it's a power and communication lines related to structures and related structures construction. So this is electricity and communications line building construction. In the Orbis dataset, this would be construction of utility for fluids and construction of utility projects for electricity and telecommunications. Boom, that would be into the electricity. For roads, schools, and hospitals, water and sanitation, there are other codes. Little caveat, for schools and hospitals, there is no construction code specifically for schools and hospitals. What I did is, whatever is a construction of an institutional building that is not electricity, road, or water and sanitation, is most likely to be a public construction that is similar to what it would be a school or a hospital. Here, I don't need it to be precisely for a school. I need something that mimics a company that constructs in that sector. Then I use, well, the number of observations is enormous. If you see macroeconomic work, normally we operate in macroeconomics with only 100 observations from countries, or 100 times 10 years, so that is 1,000. Here we have almost 45,000 because it's micro level data, it's companies along 19 years, from 2000 to, 18 years, 2000 to 2017. No, 1999 to 2017, so that is 19 years. Then I filtered the companies, only those which have at least 5 observations, because I don't want a company that appears and disappears. I want to see that company at least for 5 years to be in this data set. And then I estimated what is the change in employment given a change in revenues by sector. And the estimate from that regression will give me what is the average immediate job content by sector. The regression results are for advanced economies and emerging market economies. For the sake of example, and not to vary you in numbers, I will show you the results of the immediate job content in emerging market economies. This would be a country like Turkey, for example. So in Turkey, on average, if you invest $1 million in roads, you would expect an increase in labor, in employment, between 8 and 7.4. So let's say 7.67 there in the on average. In roads is between 8 and 2, in hospitals between 7 and 4, in water and sanitation between 12 and 5. What is the between? Well, my interpretation is using a very, very, very demanding regression with firm fixed effects and cluster at the firm. This is low labor mobility. So I'm like making the employees only work in that sector, in that firm. If allowing for more labor mobility, then it can, $1 million can navigate to other companies and can facilitate that increase in labor. With those estimates, now this is the immediate result. But of course, when you invest, when a company gets a contract in construction, is not all the work done by that company. Sometimes the company subcontracts and also buys materials. So those subcontractors and materials also hire people. And those subcontractors also buy materials and subcontract. So this is like a waterfall. Your water stream actually can create more streams downfall. So assuming that there is a labor intensity, so how much of this water in the beginning goes to another company, goes to another company. This labor intensity is between 0 and 1. 1 would be that each dollar that a contractor receives, it is gone to subcontracting. 1 to 1. It never happens because you also have internal cost. Or 0 if you never subcontract. So it's also never happens. It's something in between. The estimates that I used is between 0.35 and 0.65 with a midpoint of 0.5. So 50% of the money that a construction company receives is transferred downstream to a subcontractor to buy materials and so on. So with that, it means that the job impact of $1 million is this estimate from here, but then I have to say, well, what is the estimate from that $1 million in the next company, in the second order company? And in the next one, doing a very simple math, the addition of a chain comes to dividing the estimate from the previous regression, divided 1 minus lambda, this labor intensity parameter. With that labor intensity parameter, I can construct tables of what is the job content for each income group, for each sector, depending on the labor intensity and labor mobility. Let's take an example. The betas here, labor intensity, comes from the first regression, from this regression. So these are these parameters. So focus on roads between 8 and 2. Now, going back here, between roads between 8 and 2, then divided by the lambda parameter, on average, given a medium labor intensity, the labor content would be 10 jobs per million dollar invested. If the labor mobility is low, then that will translate into 4.6. But if the labor mobility is high, it can translate into 16 jobs. If the labor intensity is even higher, it can go from, at the medium level of mobility, it can go from 10 to 14, 15, or down to 8 if the labor intensity is low. So overall, the maximum in roads would be 23 jobs per $1 million invested if the country has high labor mobility and a high labor intensity. For high labor intensity, we also think is green investments. Green investments have been shown to be more labor intense than brown investments. Also, investments with a higher R&D content are more labor intense than jobs without the intellectual R&D. So more greener and more R&D component in the investment will take much farther $1 million investment. These tables are also done for advanced economies and low-income economies. I can share with you the estimates if you're interested. This is just the example. The overall picture that summarizes the research is how much $1 million of investment per sector, per income group. So as we have just seen in roads, $1 million of investment on average will be translated into 10 jobs. It can be as high as 24 or low as 4. As a comparison, in an advanced economy, the midpoint would be 5 jobs per $1 million, and in a low-income economy would be about 16 jobs per $1 million invested. So you can see that the lower the income, the higher the impact on jobs creation. Also, as a validation exercise, we computed how much it would be investing purely in R&D. This is only for OECD countries, but it gives us whether the approach is valid, and the estimates are in the same range. So for high-income countries, these are OECD countries, $1 million of spending creates around 5 jobs in government R&D and around 11 jobs in higher education R&D. Business and non-profits, we are not taking into account here because these are not public investment. They're not in the sphere, but for the sake of the number, in business, $1 million creates around 11 jobs in business, and in non-profit around less than 5. So what are other welfare and political considerations to bear in mind? We have seen what is the job content by sector, by income group. Now, taking these results, what should also policymakers, ministers, governors, public administrators take into account? Well, first of all, that state-owned enterprises account for around 3% of the labor force, but on average, they are 30% more job intense than private companies. So if the same road is built by a state-owned enterprise, and the goal is to increase employment, probably a state-owned enterprise will increase more employment than a private company. That may be, the private company may be more capital intense as opposed to labor intense. Also, for PPPs, is not a panacea, it's not just a silver bullet for limited fiscal space when there is no money. First of all, PPPs are not free money. Private investors have a pecking order driven by profitability and enforcement of property rights, which means that they pick the best. I mean, if you're a private investor, why going to a project that is low in the rank, you pick the best. But that also means that for the public administration, then all the suckers, all the bad projects fall into the category that needs to be done, provided by the government. Also, importantly, fiscal space, which is how much money you really can invest, what is your fiscal muscle, is correlated with state capacity that is necessary for effective regulation. But in general, if there is no fiscal space, so when you need the money, if there is no fiscal space, state capacity is also likely to be weak. So the private sector is very unlikely to fill that gap, to fill that void. So if the fiscal space is large, in theory, you don't need the private sector. But when the fiscal space is narrow and you need the more of complementary financing, also it's very likely that the state is weak and will not be able to regulate properly the enterprise. Therefore, we have a conundrum, a paradox, that PPPs will not solve the problem when there is a financial problem. They can contribute with know-how, but they don't solve the fiscal space problem. Also, the greening the recovery, this is something that the IMF and international organizations, we are talking very much and putting forward. Greening the recovery, putting more into green investments, has to be carefully designed to avoid backlash. In the short term, they are labor intense, green investment, but not all of them. Some green investment may be labor intense, but in other countries. For example, a windmill. Windmills are not produced in low-income countries. They are producing in advanced economies. Therefore, it is not necessarily that the labor will translate into every country. Some green investments also need specific skills. So building, let's say, a windmill. Well, it's not just a garage work to perform. You need particular skills to build and then to install. So in general, green investments are good for the planet, are good for all the people, but it's not necessarily that it will be good for low-income countries when distributional effects are accounted for. So it's good in general, but not necessarily for the small countries. As a conclusion, we see that these times are very particular, with about $12 trillion in fiscal actions worldwide. Half of them are above the line, so fiscal spending. This is around 2 times more than was spent during the global financial crisis. We estimate that 1% of GDP, if we translate 1% of GDP, how many $1 million, and then computing the calculations for advanced economies and emerging market economies, translates into 7 million jobs worldwide. Of course, much more if we account for low-income developing countries, but low-income developing countries is only 5% of the world GDP. So 1% of GDP in advanced and emerging market economies can translate into 7 million jobs directly and 33 million jobs indirectly once accounting for the Keynesian effects and indirect effects. Green and R&D content can increase the employment effect in the companies. It's very likely that the way these estimates were calculated are, if anything, underestimating the effect. That effect can be much bigger. One, because I only take companies that are there for 5 years, so there is a survival bias. And cyclical companies that employ people for 1 to 2 years and then disappear, they are not in my calculations. Also, the effect is probably inverse on the income, so it's much higher for low-income developing countries. There are no indirect effects and spillover effects computed here, only the direct effect. And maintenance is probably likely to have a higher labor impact. So as opposed to construction, just maintaining the infrastructure that you have. In any case, these tables present here can be a tool for policymaker and for country advice, so that you can take at least what would be the expected income the expected impact in labor. Thank you very much. And with that, I'm open to your questions.
Dear Mariano, thank you very much for two presentations, great presentations. Before moving to the question session, someone is asking about if it will be available to distribute your presentations.
Yes, please. Then the presentations are cleared and they can be shared.
Okay, so our team will request from your side because we didn't get the presentations. So, and then we will distribute it. Next,
I will.
Okay.
I will send to you, and also, as I mentioned, both materials that I presented are available online. The Nigeria report I can send also to you, but the participants can just Google Nigeria SDG IMF, and they will find, and as well the fiscal monitor at the IMF web pages. I will send you the links. Very happy to share.
And by next week, all these materials and your presentation will be available on the website. So we will inform. Thank you very much. And we have a question from Mark Mosley. You remember Mark Mosley?
Yes.
Maybe from the World Bank Times. And he is referring about the recent IMF report, how strong infrastructure governance can end waste in public investment report. So he is asking, in your calculations of the investments needed to achieve the SDGs and the job creation associated with public investment, what assumptions were made in regard to quality of governance associated with those investments?
So let's start with the job content, because these are country specific, even firm specific estimations at the income level. So they assume that the governance is precisely for that country, for that company. So it's maintaining, in econometric terms, is absorbed by the fixed effects. If I have a country fixed effect, so it assumes that the governance associated with investment is the same for the projects at that country. So it's not mixing by country, is keeping constant the governance at the country. The same is with the SDGs, because our estimations are done at the country level. We assume, or we just, is an unobservable. In economic terms, the governance is not observable directly, but can be absorbed into a parameter that says, well, we don't observe it directly, we cannot quantify, but we assume that this variable absorbs all the governance in that country, say Nigeria. I hope this answers to the question. So it's keeping constant the governance at the country level.
Okay. And yes, one question from Patricia. Patricia from Peru, and from your continent as well. So it's related.
Hola, Patricia.
It's related to your continent. Where to start tackling the huge inequalities between the countries, especially in the same continent? She's asking about. And in Nigeria, I think she's referring to Nigeria. Which path we shouldn't take, given the previous experience and the desk work? Up to you.
So very good question. I should say that I was very happy to see how the IMF is more and more pivoting towards focusing on inequality. As an international institution, the IMF in particular was focusing on the big aggregates, macroeconomic aggregates of the balance of payments, debt, without looking at the granular effects. In a recent program that I'm participating in Ecuador, one of the targets, and this is very good news, is the coverage of social assistance in the bottom 3 deciles by income distribution. That is an example to say that the IMF is focusing more and more in how growth affects inequality. The next, I show results of the fiscal monitor for the annual meetings in October. The spring meetings in 2021 in April, one of the chapters is going to be focused on inequalities. So we are trying to do our best, both in research and in the field to cover. Now, where to start tackling? That is the question of the perennial question in development. How do we tackle development? How do we tackle inequalities? The SDGs provides at least a roadmap where to start. So you want everybody to have access to water. You want everybody to have access to electricity, to have access to a good quality of road within 2 kilometers. These are very basic, but those are really needed at the bottom line. In your question, you mentioned Nigeria. Well, Nigeria is a good example of how those inequalities are large. I took a picture in Nigeria at the hotel where there was a Lamborghini at the entrance of the hotel, and 100 meters farther, there was a lady and kids carrying water and other stuff on their heads on an unpaved road. So those are like very salient inequalities. How do we tackle those? Well, let's try to bring up the minimum. So the driver that was taking us in Nigeria, very nice person, Peter Osama, he being a middle income probably in that country, he doesn't have running water. So every day he has to spend 1 hour going buying buckets of water and bringing the water so that his wife and kids can have water for cooking, washing, and all the necessities. Those are essential issues, right? So if we can put at least that bar upper, I think we are tackling a huge inequality. So inequality is not necessarily the material income, it is also the access to the basic infrastructure that in other countries, even in Peru or in Argentina, where I was born, we are not necessarily familiar with how far we can go in those inequalities in other places of the world. So we are trying to do our best there.
Okay. Mariano, one question from Helga. Maybe you remember Helga, 2018. This is Ellen Ivory.
Mm-hmm.
And she's asking about assuming all green investment have similar positive effects, and you are look at immediate job impact of green investment. So she's asking, a greener economy has broader health benefits and thus potentially other positive effects on the economy, on health saving, on shifts in costs. What do you think?
Correct. I should say caveat, because the industrial codes right now do not disaggregate into traditional and green. I cannot estimate in my methodology how much is for green investment. So I rely on the research done by other colleagues. Comparing my numbers to the green numbers have a higher labor impact in general. Why is that so? Well, because, for example, solar panels. Even if the solar panels are done in Germany or the US or China, somebody has to go and install them in their roofs. You don't need to be very skilled to put the solar panels. So this is very labor intense. So the labor intensity is good, at least not worse than the traditional. And of course, the health impact is better. I mean, cleaner air, it's hard to quantify in labor terms, but if the other things are better, so why not going for it? One person that inspires me in this regard, and I would like to encourage the participants to look at his work, is Saul Griffith, who is an inventor. He has a book, Rewiring America. He says something that is simple but striking. For a green change, we need 3 technologies. Technologies are understood as a transformation box. You put something in, you take something out. So we need the engineering technologies, the solar panels, the windmills, the carbon capturing. We need the financial technologies to finance the upfront cost of it. And we need the political technologies. So the political will that we want to do it. How do we implement that politically? And he says, we have the engineering technologies in place. The financial technologies, we know them. We still need to be able, for example, to have a solar panel installment at the same interest rate as a mortgage. So now in the US, if you want to build a house, it's very cheap to get a mortgage. It's below 3%. But if you want to install a solar panel, probably your financing is going to be higher than that. So we need to be able, but we know how to do it. We know how to have a Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, if we want into that. But the political technologies are needed. So we need politicians, policymakers, to be able to transform the general will into implementable action.
Okay, so I think that's enough, Mariano. I know it's very late here. Now I'm checking, and we have some guests from Korea and Australia, so it's very late there. Very much appreciated, and we have Patricia from we have Patricia from Peru, and we have Ilkwan, Professor Ilkwan from Korea. So it's a very wide, spectrum that you distribute your idea. Thank you very much appreciated, Mariano.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I will send you the presentations and the materials to distribute to the participants, and the links where to download the materials that were used in here in the presentations.
Also, again, the recording of your session will be available on the website after the week.
Thank you.
And we wish to see next year physically in Istanbul for
hopefully,
the time. Yes. Hopefully. Thank you very much for your valuable contribution to WIC and wonderful presentation.
Thank you. Teşekkürler.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye bye.